Hello. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. Ah! It's fine. Oh wow, that's. Look, people don't care about these streams. I do. It's fine. That's all that matters. Also, hi writing numbers. Two things. A, hooray. B, I've got a blue sky spare code. If anyone wants one. If you want a blue sky code, speak now or forever hold your peace. I got an email being like, "Wow, you've been on the wait list for a while. Here's your code to sign up." I'm like, dude, I've been for months. The spider in your Xbox. What do you do? I don't know. Politely pick up the spider and put it outside. My suggestion. Farm Resub for 6 months. Thank you. And Sword Resub for 23 months. Fucking hell. Thank you. Right, I'm gonna get straight into the camera section. Camera. Womp. Yeah, this still has the slight problem in that it's still like comically oversized for the space I'm doing this in, but we have to make it work. We have to make do. So, got it plugged in. We took this apart like last week, a couple of weeks ago. This is from 1988. This, and we took it apart and I replaced the belts, and it's grand, right? It's grand. Two problems with it as I've been using it, because I've been using it now for a bit. I know that's the sheer excitement of the stream, right? I've been using this now for a week. I've been listening to stuff on it. I got a bunch of tapes and I got a bunch of records. Because I didn't really have any before. And as I've been listening to it and using it, I've noticed kind of two distinct things with it. A, I want to replace the plug, because I mean we noticed last time the plug was horrible, so I've got a new, nicer plug. B, the tape decks. Now, I'm going to demo the tape decks for you if you weren't here for last time's excitement. Let's put on the tape deck. Let's get... Oh, I've got a bunch of tapes now, because they cost fucking nothing, unsurprisingly. Fucking nothing. I went into Oxfam, I managed to get a bunch. I managed to get, just to be clear, one of my favourite albums ever for £2 in Oxfam. What the fuck? How's this a lucky find? Actually, fuck it, let's put Pulse on. Let's put Greg. I can never pronounce his name. Greg Philly. Fuck it. Oops. So deck 1 or deck 2A works basically fine. Right? It's the 80s. Welcome. Deck A is the really dodgy one. Where it's running slow, which is quite novel, admittedly. So I'm not looking to fix this one. However, this one does have like a flutter on it. You can't really tell with this. Let's put a different cassette in. Starting getting funky. I know, right? Let's put a different cassette in. I got a bunch delivered today. I like this one. Disco Erotica. Let's put Disco Erotica on. 20 sensual disco greats. See, this is the exact kind of tape music I want. For tapes I want like 80s, like disco and shit, and kind of some hip hop and whatnot. What's on here? I don't even know what's on here. Anytime. Whenever you're ready. Ah, there's something. Yeah, this isn't demonstrating my point. I don't actually the album I noticed it on. Let's get the album I noticed it on. Where's the album? Fuck me. Here we go. Cool and the Motherfucking Gang. Cool and the Gang album. Also got it in Oxfam. What's the last song on this side? May have been. Further, please. The right side. Yeah. Let it rewind for a minute. That's spinning. Tapes are annoying, man. I will say. I really respect you actually used to listen to this to tapes instead of having it on display like a museum piece. Well, I wanted it. Like, the thing is, the reason I got this for nothing as well is because, okay, I'm happy to get into arguments for fucking, like, audiophile, like, a fucking, like, cause, right, I like music. I have a really nice hi-fi system. I have nice fucking speakers, and I have nice headphones, and I have nice all this nonsense. Vinyl is shit. Tapes are shit. To be clear, these are shit. All of this, shit. Right? The appeal of it to me is that it's shit. Right? In that when you listen to a record, right? Because, you know, you see these people buying, like, fucking £150 fucking styluses, and like, oh, we're getting no noise at all, and it's perfect, and I'm like, just fucking listen to the fucking high bit, just listen to a FLAC file, that fucking point. Like, I want it for the imperfections, right? I like the crackle. I think the crackle and the slight speed variances, I think it just adds a bit of texture and novelty to some stuff. And on the tapes are terrible. Tapes are fucking awful. There's a reason we abandoned these immediately. These tapes only became a thing because they were more portable than CDs or vinyl. And there's a reason CDs and vinyl are still around and tapes just fucking aren't. They're shit. They're bad quality and they're shit. And the fucking players just fucking break. The tapes break. And even when the tapes work perfectly, they still sound like shit. But they're shit. They're shit. They're shit. But again, I like that they're shit, because when you listen to this, that's low quality, but you can kind of tell it's a tape. It has the sound signature of a tape. It's got this kind of it's not bit crushed like you would get with like an low quality MP3. It's not. It's got this. It's an analog imperfect. It's an analog inequality, and for stuff like this and for hip hop and stuff like that, I think it's fun. But one of the things I'm noticing, I'm not intending to fix this one. I kind of like that it's kind of broken and it's a novelty. I don't really. It'd be nice to have both working, but fuck it. XP Cookie vinyls also sound different to digital because they're mixed differently. It depends on the fucking versions. I mean, some vinyls are going to be mixed differently, sure. Some aren't. I mean, most vinyls now are they're recorded in digital in the fucking first place anyway. So it doesn't really matter. I don't know why this is making such a hideous noise when I'm rewinding, but whatever. This. Did you hear that? And that's a really tiny thing. It's not that legible, small term, but I listened to a whole album. I listened to this whole beast. I listened to this whole side of this tape, and I could notice the flutter. Now, I'm fine with a bit of flutter. I'm fine with a bit of flutter. I want to reduce the flutter a bit, and the flutter's probably caused by the fact that when I took the belts off, the old belt, I didn't take the old belts off, they were disintegrated, and I put new belts on. I didn't really clean up the wheels at all. So my intention here is I'm going to open this up, I'm going to take the belts off again, I'm going to properly clean all the wheels, and then, yeah, also for those wondering, tapes, so, you can't really see, I mean, can I slightly demo it? Yeah. You get A and B sides, basically. Because the tape is split up into two physical halves. Like, you'll notice... oh, God, if I can... Sorry, this is really hard to show off. Also, again, I don't know... There's like a strobe effect. It's great. Wow, lighting. Can I get the properties? Configure video. Camera control. Focus. Let's put focus to manual, so maybe you can slightly see something in there. Wow, it's slightly better. Very slightly. So, you see this little... See, there's the playhead there. That's the playhead. That thing. And, I mean, one of those... Actually, which one is the... I can tell you which one. Yeah, that's the playhead. This little black one over here, that's the recording head, because the other one doesn't record, so it doesn't have it, but that's the recording head. So that's what you... when you're recording, that's the head it's using. That's what it's playing from. But you can see... where you can just about see there's this like little black bit at the front, and then there's a slightly wider black bit at the back, right? That entire black thing, end to end, is the width of a tape, of one of these tapes. However, the bit it's reading from is only this top bit, or the bottom bit. So when it's side A and B, it is literally two physical, like, halves of the tape. Like, it's split down the middle, effectively. Like, yeah. Tapes are a bit weird and awkward, but yeah. So I've got a tape cleaning thing, so I'm going to clean up the rollers. I think the rollers are fine. Basically, the reason it's fluttering is because there's all these moving parts, and if any of them are sticking at all, it's going to create a slight speed imperfection. And I'm fine with a bit of that, but I want to try and reduce it a bit. I'm hoping I can just reduce it a bit, because when I was listening to this whole album on this, the flutter started to get quite grating, which I found quite annoying over a full album length. Listening to a song on it is one thing, but listening to a whole album over it was quite annoying. Now, I got a bunch of like novelty tapes. I'm enjoying the tapes; they're cheap. The record player element is perfect. Honestly, I'm really surprised by how completely fine it is. I didn't even have to replace the belt. I just attached the belt that was already there. I replaced the stylus. I didn't replace. It's not a whole cartridge replacement, but when one would say a cartridge, right? The cartridge is basically this whole bit. It's the bit that the wires are physically into. Like, this metal bit's the cartridge. The stylus is literally just this plastic bit at the end. It's just this plastic bit here. Just the plastic bit, and that's physically what the actual tiny little... I mean, can you even see that? Give it a bit of contrast. Yeah, that little actual needle sticking down. That's what the stylus is when you replace it. So I replaced that, and it works beautifully. Honestly, it's beautiful. I mean, I've been getting some... wait, that's the Audio Technica logo. Yeah, they make brand new styluses and stuff. I got that in HMV. I went to HMV. I bought a new stylus. So I got this record today. Because, there's two types of things I'm going for, right? You'll notice with all my tapes, it's like disco, and it's this sort of... it's a lot of 80s... Got a Wham album. It's a lot of 80s and funk and disco, and I think that there's a novelty to hearing it with the tape imperfection, the kind of wobble, a bit of wobble. On vinyls, I'm enjoying sort of like jazz and soul, and again that little bit of crackle is quite fun. If I just put it on phono. Oh no, slightly not far enough. I need to get it into some grooves. There we go. Like you can hear this bit of crackle. This record is a second hand. It's not an A-grade record. I've got a couple of like perfect records, A-grade records, and obviously this is stuff from the 30s. That's fun. I like this. Oh. Oh, nice. So, what's this? What side is this? This is Pink Elephants. This was recorded on the 28th of February, 1933. So this literally 90-year-old fucking recording. Now the thing is, you can listen to all these on Apple Music and Spotify and stuff like that. The problem is, I feel like stuff of this era and stuff of this age sounds like shit because it was recorded on, frankly, shitty equipment from the 30s. It was recorded onto stuff. And when you listen to it on really like high-end clear stuff, all these imperfections are way more noticeable. I can hear in that crackle. That crackle could be from the initial recording, or it could be from the actual vinyl itself. I don't know. But equally, I just find it's a lot more tolerable when you're listening to it on this. I mean, you're not listening to it through a giant brass tube. Well, no, but don't have to be. I mean, and obviously the nice thing about vinyl is I can put it into 45 mode and just like, Now, good fun, right? I've gotten a bunch of. I've got loads of. I went into Oxfam on Bold Street. If you're in Liverpool, Oxfam on Bold Street have fucking tons of vinyls and tapes, loads of them. Granted, now the thing obviously is with vinyls, and the problem with them, especially if you try to collect them, is if the the ones I got at Oxfam, they were £2 each, but there was a reason they were £2 each, because they were fucked, right? Like, they're scratchy and horrible. If you buy a brand new vinyl, recently mastered and stuff like that, it's going to be perfect, right? It's going to be really thick. It's going to be a really thick piece of plastic, and it's going to be really perfect. It's not going to have any noise and stuff on it, and it's great. Whereas tapes are a little easier, because tapes kind of, the actual physical thing can get damaged, but they're always going to sound a bit shit. Like, it's just, they're electromagnetic tapes. But actually, so one of the things, when you listen to the start of my streams, right, I've got that little backing track on. I've always said there's a specific thing it's meant to be. Right, there's a specific thing I'm replicating there. Let me just grab this. So the thing I'm specifically replicating, the sound I'm specifically replicating, is the sound of a single being played at 33 RPM. Far away. In a cathedral. That is the very specific tone I'm doing. So I got these 45s today, and I'm just they're scratched up and stuff anyway, but I like to give them a bit of a clean, just to give them a help out, just get any like major bits of dirt off and whatever. Anyway, so right, here is a 45. This is from, I don't know. It's Duke Ellington, so let's put this Duke Ellington 45 on, right? Put it up to 45 RPM. No, I know how close I got because I did the maths. So right. So this is a record. This is a single, right? Played at 45 RPM. Now there's a crackle there, that's probably from the record itself. But then if I put it down to 33, it slows it down and it lowers the pitch. The crackling is a vibe. That's what I've got my effect set up to do, is that. I did the maths. I've got it, it runs through a pitch shifter and it slows it down, but it slows it down the exact right amount like this would. Ooh, and it shifts the pitch like this would. And the crackling, as I say, it's a lot more tolerable in this context than it is listening to on high-end headphones, because it's clear that the crackles, when you listen to a digital recording, on like high-end headphones where there's the noise floor 0, they're just really obvious. I mean, they're obvious on this, but they're a bit less. This is what it's supposed to sound like, right? And slowed. And when you do, one of the problems I've had doing the effect digitally is obviously when you do this in a vinyl, you're not hearing, when you slow down a digital song, because you have the sample rate, right, which is usually about 41,000 hertz. And obviously, that's effectively its resolution, right? It's like zooming into an image. You only have so many pixels. So when you slow it down, you start hearing this, like you start hearing the sample rate. So if I want to do the effect really well, I have to get a really high sample rate version of the song. So sometimes for those openings, I mean, there's the start of this one. I've been using a Herbie Hancock. Let's turn this off for a second. I mean, I'm going to go into the starting loop for a second, awkwardly. That's Herbie Hancock, right? You can't hear any like weird little brrr on it because that is a fucking really high res recording. This is a really high-end master that I bought. And like the you don't get that on a record. When you slow it down, it's just slower. Now, one of the reasons I added the reverb to that thing, not only is the vibe. The visual I always have is, you know, the start of Bioshock 1? Yeah. When you get out of the lift, you're in this big open area. It's that, but spacey. Right? It is a record playing, it's a single playing at too slow. It's a 45 single playing at 33 RPM on a record player in a room far away. In like an abandoned space station. That's the kind of vibe. Sound-wise. And the reverb helps that, but one of the other things the reverb helps is it does hide that wobble from the sample rate. Because it just basically makes all the sound, it just kind of blurs it all together a bit. It's basically, a reverb almost is like a Gaussian blur on a sound. And it just kind of smooths the edges out. But yeah, that's fun. Right? You can do that with a record. It's quite novel. What's this other record? Singles I've been finding are a lot harder to get. Most people don't have singles about the place. Catastrophe, I dropped one of the tapes on the floor. Oh no. What if it gets damaged? When I was looking into tapes, one of the funniest things was some people were like, how do I get the highest quality cassette tapes? I'm like, dude, it's a cassette tape. That's a weird thing to say. You know. That's like, how do yeah, it's just, I don't know. That's a weird thing. It's like saying, how do I get the best quality fucking, like, fucking, I don't know, it's just such a weird thing to say, because even the best quality tape is gonna be shit. And it's such a weird thing to try and perfect. Well, not perfect, but to try and get a good version of, because they're all kind of gonna be shit. And I'm not trying to, all I'm trying to do is make it stop being wobbly, and that's, because it's not supposed to be as wobbly. That's a problem with this player. I'm not trying to get it to sound good. I want it to be clean, and I want it to be running, you know, vaguely correctly. And here is this is going to be crackly as shit. But let's try this 45, right? Yeah, crackly as shit. It's fine though. 45s, I've actually literally got more to demo. I bought them to purely demo this, actually, pretty much. Free, all right now, right? Famous song. Also, for Cedric's username, why do people want cassettes now? They were so bad. As I was saying earlier before you got here, I want them because they're bad. They've got a charm to them. There's a shit. You can hear the shitness in them, but it's not a digital shitness. It's a kind of, I don't know, I like it. All right now, free, right? Rock song, right? Nice rock song. If I lower it. Oh! 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 It's like Barry Manilow doing all right now. Fucking hell. Woo! When I was younger, I used to do this all the time. It's one of the reasons I thought about doing it. There were two. So for those opening, I wanted to put an effect chain on it for two reasons. A, because I wanted it to sound interesting and different, and B, something that would stop copyright flags. When I was younger, I used to do this all the fucking time. I used to like get all my parents' singles and just I mean, I had some singles, but like, I used to get them and I just used to do this because I find this very. There's something about it I really like. Baby, it's alright now. Alright now, baby, it's alright. Ooh! I want to hear the solo. That's what I'm waiting for. Oh, I agree, XP Cookie. It is like car enthusiasts like shit 90s cars. I think it's shit. This is why I've not bought I've not bought a high-end hi-fi. I bought something from the 80s that was 15 quid on eBay, and I'm fixing it up. And I'm enjoying fixing it up. I think it's fun, but I'm not trying to be perfect with it. Also, I got some Prosecco. I'm gonna have an Aperol Spritz. Ah, it's creamy, isn't it? It's rich, and it's creamy, and it's... Baby, it's alright. And this feels a bit hot. This feels too high now. Yeah. It's sexy, so we're getting down to it, you know. Oh, I'm gonna fuck you tonight, bro. Oh, it skipped. What does the chipmunk version sound like? Now, I don't have... Something I want to do is get a song both on 45 and a normal record, because obviously if I put it on 78 RPM, well, this doesn't have a 78 RPM setting. That's one of the things that's sort of missing from it. It doesn't have a 78. That's the one thing I wish I had, is a 78. Now, I may end up getting another record player. Half the appeal of this record player and everything about this is that it costs fucking nothing, and it's pretty good. It's a bit of a novelty. Like, to be clear, right? Let me just grab a go with. Let's go with Billie Holiday. Like, also weirdly, when I went into HMV to buy, because I went to just buy the stylus in HMV because I wanted to physically look at it. I looked at the records in there. Fucking hell, they're expensive in fucking HMV. Jesus H Christ. Like, they're selling modern, good quality records, granted. Like, thick, good quality records. I mean, this is a modern pressing. And they're thick and they're good quality. But fucking hell, I wanted to buy Ella and Louis. Which is one of my favorite albums. It's a beautiful album, Ella and Louis. And I've got it in like super high res digital and everything. And I was like, you know what, that'd be fun on vinyl. That'd be nice on vinyl. It's kind of a jazzy soul thing. I never know what to do with that bit. And as yeah, so I got a bunch of records from charity shops, but as I say, the thing you get with new records is they're perfect. Charity shop records. I got loads of records from charity shops, and they're all in bad nick. You can see. I don't know if you can tell. I mean, there's dust on it, which I'm slowly kind of wiping off. Come on now. Fucking clean vinyls are like fanny on. Okay, I'll do. Fucking hell, yeah. So Ella and Louie, right? It's a two record album. The one that HMV are selling. 2 records, right? 2. Now, and I got the ultra high res version for I want to say about 20, 30 quid, right? Expensive for an album, but you know, it's an ultra high res master, fine. HMV was selling Ella and Louie for £60. 60. No, this is not an Audio Technica one. The stylus is Audio Technica. It's a Sony, big boy Sony boy, from '88. Like, let's put this on, right? 33. Now, do you hear that? You can hear some static there, but that's from the recording. You're not hearing any crackling. This is the advantage you get from a nice new quality record. So you cry, what's it about? Beautiful quality. This is what you get from a new record. This is why you buy new records. You ask why blues had to if I chipmunk it. So you go down to the shore, get stuck. Don't you know there's honey in store for you? Big stuff. Let's take a ride in my gravy train. It's not as fun as the slow 45, but beautiful. Sounds great, right? This is the thing. I could get a nicer, fancier record player. I don't care. This is good enough. I like it. So I wish I had a 78 setting, but literally the only thing I don't have. With a new stylus, I've not replaced anything in the record player. I put a new stylus on it just because it was because they wear anyway. You're supposed to replace them. Belt's original, the motor's original, and it sounds great. I've not messed with its weighting or anything. Sounds great. It plays great. This is perfect. I don't need to be any better quality than this. It's a vinyl. They're all gonna have a bit of nonsense. I got a brush. The one thing, some of the new records I got, they had static problems, so I can hear it clicking. But it's not a pop like dust. It's a click, like it's static thing. You know, those little static kind of electronic noises. It's that. So I got a little anti-static brush to stop that. But great quality, beautiful, and this is exactly what I want a record player for. This kind of music. Let's have a try. It may be that and it's very cathartic listening to it on a record. Just the physicality of it's fun, you know? And then in stark comparison, what I'm going to have on the tape, and what I'm using the tape for is when we remember Zion, let the wicked carry us away in captivity. Require from us a song. Now how shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? Let the wicked carry us away in captivity, requiring of us a song. Now how shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange? Like, actually not sure what song that is. Ah, well, hey, that's side B. I want. There we go. Look at me! I'm in a bad episode of Doctor Who! However, like if we want the Doctor Who experience, we take it out and we put it in deck A. Because it's got the wobble still, but it's also the motor's fucked, so it's slow. And his hunger for power. Excellent. Wait. I love a tape, man. More and more it demands to do. Like it sounds right in this, but you can hear it's running at the right speed, but you can you can hear the wobble on like a single note like that. His hunger for power. Fun. And then if we just press back to the phone. Now we're on. See? That's what I like! We got classy on the top, junk in the trunk. It's perfect. It's my vibe. You know? Get a hi-fi that can do both, you know? That's the appeal. That's the appeal. You want a hi-fi that can do both simultaneously. Someone else what so currently this is just plugged into a single my TV, my new CRT from the in '98. It came with a full surround system. By full surround, I mean that there's two speakers built into the TV, and then there's a middle speaker that's also a bass built into the bass of the TV, the stand for the TV, and then it's just two external like rear speakers. I'm using them currently, and they're like nice. The Toshiba surround sound speakers, and they actually sound really nice. Size, isn't it? However, I have bought a couple of things for this. Notably, you'll notice there's a CD button, but there's no CD player. There is a port for the CD player on the back. The CD player was an add-on. You put on the bottom, and you plugged it in. I've bought one of them. Not because I really intend to listen to CDs on it. It's just completionist, really. I also got speakers that match it, like Sony speakers from the same era that you would have gotten with it. And that's going to be the full setup. So I've just got a full, like, working one. But these speakers sound great. They sound good enough. Like, my dad's got a really high-end vinyl system and really high-end speakers with a really high-end hi-fi. You know, he's got speakers that cost him $2,000 and a fucking record player that cost him $1,000. He's got too much money. Never taken a penny from them for a reason. And he's a bit of a purist with it. I'm not. This sounds good enough. If I want perfect quality, I wouldn't be listening to a fucking vinyl! This is the thing! This is what it constantly comes down to. If I wanted it to sound better, I wouldn't be listening to a vinyl. I wouldn't be listening to a tape. Who cares? But it does sound great. And these new records, they just sound so nice. And yeah, this has a nice built-in equalizer. Like the actual amp built into it. It's really nice. Really nice quality. Really not noisy or anything.
Someone who sighs like you.
Put it all onto bass.
This love I'm dreaming of won't be the old love.
Great. It's also got a radio, which is what it defaults to initially. I got a little antenna, and I couldn't even. I could barely pick anything up. Well, I mean, FM is picking something up because that's just how FM works, but it's shit. So, but when I had them plugged in, when you turn it on, if I turn the power off completely, when you turn it on, no matter what you were on last time, if I have tape on and I turn it off, it will turn on always to tuner. And what that meant is if the volume was on and I had the antenna plugged in, it would just turn on and it would do that. And I'm like, for fuck's sake, stop! Because multi-wave, middle wave, whatever. That's got some static, but it has to be turned all the way up. So I just unplugged it now because fuck it.
Suppose you want somebody, but you ain't got nobody. You only got a gleam in your eye. Till somebody's found you and puts their loving arms around you. You got the feeling you want to die. But when the Lord up above you sends someone to love,
I mean, you can kind of get it to run even slower if I
blues are something you lose. You're so busy doing the things that you're doing. There's no time for doing the blues.
I mean, that's fun, right? It's a novelty to it. I like it. And there's just something incredibly satisfying about just sitting watching that and just listening to nice sort of.
But when the Lord up above you,
The thing is, obviously, when this music was made, this is what you would be listening to it on. This is what it was made for. Which is delightful. And there's something to be said about playing stuff on, regardless of what it is, of experiencing media on the thing the media was designed for. Right? It's one of the big problems with fucking Nolan movies, is Nolan goes, hey, I've designed my movie just for fucking IMAX film screens. And it's like, dude, there's 3 in the country. Like, right? And everyone fucking gets fucking a Nolan film home, and all the voices are like, and it's like, well, he mixes them for the cinema sound system. It's like, I'm not in a fucking cinema, am I? Fuck off, Nolan. And, you know, it's why I like, it's why I've bought all the sort of Nintendo reissue controllers, you know, they did for Switch Online. It's because when I play an old game, I want to play it on the controller it was made for. I want to play it with the sort of vibe it was intended for. You know, because if you play a Game Boy game on a PC, it's difficult. It's just, there's something awkward about it, but if you play it on an actual handheld about the size of a Game Boy, it just changes your experience with it. Right, it's how you could kind of consume it, and there's a lot of stuff that was kind of designed for VCR as well. As you know, famously a lot of horror films. When they've got like these 4K Blu-ray remasters, they kind of lose a lot because they effectively, you know, on a 4K Blu-ray, stuff that you wouldn't see on VHS, stuff that would be obscured in the static and the bad fucking contrast ratio of a VCR or VHS would suddenly be very visible, which kind of ruins a lot of them to a degree. And then, you know, there's just some stuff that was, you know, like TV show, like, you know, I've got season 1 and 3 of The Simpsons on VHS, and there's something very just satisfying, cathartic, and I mean, there's a nostalgia element to it as well, obviously, and you know, there's nothing wrong with the nostalgia element. This is the thing. Like, there's no purism about it. It's just, I think, a bit of fun. Also, just hilariously, something as a side note, I love these little bottles of prosecco. I mean, cheap bottles of prosecco do it as well. But they put the cap on to make it look like it's a cork, like an exploded cork top, and it's like, oh look, it's a big plastic piece that is literally just a screw top, made to look like I hate that. Why? Dude, I don't care. It's a small £3 bottle of prosecco. Speaking of VHS, did you end up getting a new capacitor? Well, it's been in shop the whole time, actually. So let's do a slight aside. Move the camera down here. So my VCR a few nights ago, I was sat watching The Simpsons season 3 on VHS, as you do, having a nice time, and I just hear this pop, and then just smoke bellows out from below the TV, like a massive amount of smoke. And I went, oh fuck, right? Like, it wasn't just a bit of smoke; it was just, it's like a fog machine. And I went, oh fuck me. So right, but the VCR didn't turn off; it was still playing The Simpsons. And I went, so I ran over, I grabbed the VCR, I pulled it, and I unplugged it quickly, and I ran downstairs and I went outside with it. Right, I didn't know if it was on fire or what, and so I just took it outside. Let it cool off for a minute. The smoke dissipated and it kind of stopped. And I opened it up and I looked at it and I'm like, what the fuck broke? I was looking inside it and looking at all the caps inside it. I'm like, what the fuck happened? What happened? What popped? And then I can't get a look at some of it because the tapes, the Simpsons tape's still in there. And I go, well, I have to get the tape out. I don't want to pull the tape out. I'd rather just eject it. And I went, it worked when I had it plugged in. It was still playing The Simpsons before I unplugged it. So I went, okay, I'll plug it back in and I'll eject the tape. I'll plug it in and I'll keep it outside and I'll eject the tape just in case. Plugged it in, pressed eject, thing ejected, turned it back off again. I went, what the fuck? It's been ages looking around it. And then this is the power supply. It's actually modular, it just plugs in. So you can just actually swap it directly in and out, interestingly. And I opened up the power supply because it was encased in like this. And I started having a look and I found this cunt. This fucking cunt right here. That's what popped. It's amazing how much smoke can come from these little things. Amazing how much smoke can come from that things. And that was it was here. It was in these. It was there. Like I desoldered it and I've cleaned up the thing. And I've bought a new cap for it. Interestingly, when I was looking at the diagram, well, I was actually just tracing the circuit. Interestingly, and the reason it was turning on still, and the reason it was still working, even with that cap blown, is the cap doesn't actually seem to be required. It's wired in parallel. It's wired in parallel. Like the power comes in here, right? And it immediately goes into this, I'm assuming that's a transformer, right? Comes in here, goes through here, that's the transformer, right? There. And then this goes here. Wait. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, immediately goes into the transformer, right? Here. And then this goes around here. But you see, this is where that cap was plugged in. These two. And it goes past. It's there. It's just kind of connected on the side, like an appendix. And EXP Cookie is correct. It is a filter. It is a, this is supposed to effectively just stabilize the power flow a bit. It's supposed to just filter it and remove any kind of noise. In theory, I think it would just, I think it is less important now than it would have been then. But when I had a look, I did a bunch of research about this cap. Apparently these are infamous for blowing up because these are basically made of paper. I'm not even joking. Like they're metallic infused paper. And a lot of people were like, oh, you can get capacitors that do the same thing but aren't made of paper. Because like, oh, the paper ones will go again. Now, I had two responses to that. Response A is, this managed to last 25 years. A. B, this is an X2 cap, yeah. B, I want to mess too much with it. I might change my mind later. I can always open it back up. That's the thing. It's easy to open back up. And unlike when the caps were on the Xbox, this is way easier to desolder stuff. And I've got my I finally got to use my desoldering gun, which was exciting. which is just a soldering iron basically with a hoover built in. Sick. Which is why look how nice and clean. Look how nice and clean those fucking holes are. So basically, I've bought effectively an identical cap, not new old stock. I've got the closest new thing that exists, and I'm going to try that first. And see how that goes. I'll probably do that in stream. I don't know. I mean, it is just soldering this on, which isn't hard at all. I just stick it through and I solder from the other side. Very easy. It is just... Here's my thing with electronics, right? I have a vague idea of what I'm doing, but I am very much making it up as I go along. I know how to practically do things. I know how to desolder and solder stuff. I know how to remove circuits. I know how to disconnect everything properly. I know how to vaguely get a feel for what's going on, right? I know how to use a multimeter. I mean, because this is a power supply, right? And power supplies, dangerous. Before I desoldered anything, I checked all the current had stopped, and I everything sort of discharged, and then I was very careful, and blah 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 blah. And I can figure a lot of stuff out. Where my knowledge sort of not ends, but where it very much hits a wall is literally with stuff like this, right? Because I was reading about this and going, oh, for fuck's sake, like I read about sort of what this means. Reef is the manufacturer. X2 is the type of what it is. These things along the bottom it's like environmental rating. It's how much humidity and temperature it can kind of be under or lowest. And then on the back here, I mean, you can see where it's sort of exploded. It's 275 volts, SH, 250 VAC, which is they're the numbers that matter. And then I was kind of looking into it, and I obviously couldn't find any things for this specific power supply. But a lot of people say, you can actually get one that's a bit higher rated, and it's fine. And then there's this number on the top, which is 100N J9. 100N is the something. I had it explained to me. This is where my knowledge falls. This is where my knowledge falters, and I've kind of just vaguely bought a cap. I bought two, and I'm going to get it and see what it's like, see if it's the right size, and kind of double check it before I put it in. But that's where I'm currently at with it. This is the thing. One of the things with everything I do, and you'll see it when I do this hobbyist stuff and whatever, I don't really know what I'm doing. In fact, it's 100 nanofarads. Yes, that's it, farads. I have a vague idea of what I'm doing, but I've never done an electronics course. I'm opening some Aperol, by the way. Having an Aperol spritz. Ooh, delicious. I don't really know what I'm doing. But that's fine. Well, I've never done an electronics course, as much as my father tried to get me, because here's the thing that is quite funny about me doing all this kind of as a hobbyist. When I was younger, right, I don't ever speak about my family, really, on here, but I'm just going to give it a brief thing about my father. My father is an electrical engineer, right? A very high-end electrical engineer. He's primarily a telecoms engineer, right? Like designing fiber optic networks for countries, right? Like the core infrastructure for like big companies doing these sort of like fiber optic networks. And back in the day, he worked for like Marconi and the ESB in Ireland, which is like Irish BT. And when he started out doing electrical engineering, he was building CPUs from scratch. That era sort of electronics. And he's an electrician as well. He's a qualified electrician in terms of like actual housing and stuff as well. Like he can wire and plugs and he can do all qualified stuff. So he's a qualified electrician. He's an electrical engineer. He's been doing telecoms engineering, radio engineering, and electrical engineering, blah, 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 for like 50 years, right? So he always tried to get me into it, and I was never fucking interested as a child. Which is why it's quite funny now that I'm actively doing it, and it's quite annoying that I don't actually, and that as a child I wasn't interested at all, because suddenly all of this knowledge would have been really fucking useful. Fuck it, it's too late now! That's not too late now, I could bother, but, Aperol. Spirits. I can't be bothered. Easy Cookie, I never took an electronics course, but learned as physics. Well, yeah, so this is the thing, right? My skills have always been very practical. I'm very good at doing things. My academic knowledge is very limited. That's not by the fact I didn't go to uni, I didn't even go to sixth form. And anyone who knows me, and anyone who speaks to me, and anyone who listens to my streams should hopefully get that I, to a certain degree, am intelligent, right? I know what I'm talking about for the most part. I know where, I mean, one of the most important things I feel about anything you do is acknowledging what you don't know. Now, there's this classic bell curve in sort of how much people think they know about a specific thing, that people who only know a little think they know a lot, then people who know a lot only think they know a little. And then when you get rid, like, it's just this kind of, it's this sort of bell curve of how a professional in a field won't think they'll be able to do it, whereas someone who hasn't done much will always think they're a professional. So I like to think I'm past that point, you know. What is this? It's off the desoldering gun, it's fine. It's got the desoldering gun. So, you know, I like learning things. I know a lot of information. I know a lot of facts. Most aren't really applicable. I have a vague idea of everything. But that's about, like, that's it. Jack of all trades, master of none. That's the vibe I like going for. And I like figuring stuff out, right? One of the things I found the most fun, and one of the things I always struggled with in sort of academia, was that I like to figure stuff out on my own. I like to figure stuff out on my own. You know, I don't really... I always struggle with information unless I'm practically applying it. I've been doing music theory, and I wasn't struggling with music theory, but I was kind of hitting a bit of a wall with it. It wasn't going in. And until we started working on this this back piece, we started analysing the back piece in detail, and I was playing the back piece in detail, and we were micro-analysing the back piece and exactly how it's composed, and exactly how it's sort of changing key without actually changing key, and yada, yada, yada. Suddenly everything kind of clicked, and I went, there we go. Because it doesn't really mean anything until I can use it for something. To sort of, you know, some stuff I've learned a lot about, like, I like to think I know a lot about aircraft, because it's one of the things I'm very nerdy about is aircraft. I love air crashes. I love air accident investigation. I love the engineering of aircraft. I love how aircraft work. I love the systems of aircraft. I like flying aircraft and flight simulators. I've flown aircraft for real. I find it really interesting. And most things I do just figure out. Everything I figured out about electronics, I've kind of just figured out on my own for the most part. I mean, my father taught me a bit when I was younger. Like, there is some stuff I got from him. There's base knowledge. He taught me how to wire Ethernet cables from scratch. He taught me how to wire plugs from scratch. He taught me how to wire lots of things from scratch, right? Like a lot of stuff day to day. It's why I make all my own cables now, pretty much. Like, it's why I know how to use a soldering iron properly. It's why I know how to use a desoldering gun properly. It's why I can use a Dremel safely, and I can, you know, when I was in art, my art teacher was very good in that. I did a lot of sculptures in art. So I kind of got taught safe methods for doing a lot of specific things with sort of different materials, working with latex and working with resin and working with not ceramics, but what do you call it? God, I can't remember. Safely working with knives, you know. Blah 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 blah. So that's my kind of knowledge. That's my knowledge. It is not limited, but it is very broadly focused. And when I learn things on my own, it's one of the reasons I quite like Kerbal. And whenever I play Kerbal, people are always like, you know, just how do you know how to do this? I've never ever looked up a guide for Kerbal. I don't know how to go to fucking Venus in real life. So I don't know how to in Kerbal either. And you kind of just figure it out. And I like figuring it out. I like not knowing what to do, because then you have to figure it out, and I find that really fun. I find not knowing and then having to work it out really fun. There's a bit of a mystery then, you know? I think that's really fun. I think that's really fun. I like figuring stuff out. I like not knowing and figuring it out. That's the vibe I always try and go for. That's what I like doing. And it's why, like, you know, like, I took my DS apart, right? There were two reasons I took my DS apart. Because I was refurbishing it in inverted commas. And yeah, I was replacing the switches on it because I wanted it to feel a bit newer. The problem I had when I got the DS was that it just, like, the buttons and stuff are wobbly and are worn because it's been used, right? I wanted to replace the rubber kind of things underneath the buttons, and I just wanted to replace the buttons because I wanted them to look a bit nicer and be a little bit less worn, right? I didn't need to do that. I spent the amount of work to do that. Disassembling the whole thing to its component parts is a right faff, and I managed to break it while I did it. That's good. I liked that. I liked that happening. I enjoy that. I took it apart because I wanted to take it apart. And replacing the buttons was a fun excuse to take it apart. It was a very, very small excuse. It was a very tiny excuse, but it was an excuse. And I like finding even a very small excuse to just take something apart. You know, whenever I get something secondhand, I have a rule that I will always take it apart just to, at the bare minimum, clean it. Because then I get to know I get to understand what the thing is. I get to see how it's constructed. I get to see if there's any major problem, because you can see if you just open something up, you can usually see if there's a problem. And I don't know, nice, it's fun. I'm gonna put some music on. Ooh. Ooh. Let's try this album. I haven't listened to this album yet. I got recommended this the other day. No, let's just do the 75 album that's softer. This is PJ Harvey. I can't remember this today. Yeah, I like figuring stuff out. And it's why, like, when I broke the digitizer of the 3DS, I didn't want to break the digitizer of the 3DS, obviously. But me breaking it is not like I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I broke it, and I went, oh no, guess I have to replace that. Ooh. I like replacing stuff, it's fun. I took it apart. I had a nice time taking it apart. I fixed the digitizer, and now it all works. And it's fun. And, you know, that's why I like taking apart iPods, because it's fun seeing how they work. And as Inverted Walrus is saying about, I'm taking apart my phaser pedal is so fun because it's from the era where everything's basically handmade PCBs and tracer actively legible. That's a big thing. All the stuff I've been taking apart has been, even iPods, they're all from the sort of late 2010s. And obviously this thing is the oldest thing I've taken apart on here. Because this is from 88. 1988. But all of the tech from here to sort of the iPods I was taking apart, and even the DS, nothing's micro scale enough that you can't figure out what it is. You know, when I repaired my Xbox, because the caps blew in my Xbox, and I took it apart and I repaired a bunch of it. And the thing with the Xbox that was quite fun is that stuff of this era, right? If an iPhone breaks, if something on the motherboard of an iPhone breaks, right? You just replace the board, the logic board. You just replace the logic board, right? That's what you should do. That's what all tech do. That's what Apple do, right? Because it is either impossible to just fix the single broken component on the board, or incredibly impractical. But of tech of this era, it's not. You know, the fact is that power supply and that VCR, that single cap and that VCR power supply blew, right? And I can replace the cap on its own. I can just replace that. It's not. I mean, look at that. Everything in there's massive. Look at that PCB. Look at that. I know where everything's going. I can see where all the traces are going. It's clearly been done by hand. I can see where all the solder marks are. Like, I could desolder this entire thing and resolder it all back together. I could do that. You'd struggle to do that on a. You couldn't really do that on an iPhone. I mean, I've got soldering equipment that can technically do this super duper micro soldering, and this like surface micro soldering. I wouldn't mind giving it a go at some point, but even the people who do it professionally, for the most part, they will kind of say for a lot of jobs, like, there's no point in doing that. Because frankly, even with all the equipment, the risk that you'll just break the whole thing entirely is really high. So they only do it when they absolutely need to, for whatever reason. Total distraction. Apple doesn't make things to be repaired, like almost aggressively in arthritis stuff. You can frequently fancy maximum and that stuff. I mean, well, this is the thing, though. I mean, the weird, because I actually, I agree that Apple doesn't make stuff to be repaired, but I actually always think it's a bit of an unfair thing to point at Apple with it, because fucking no one does. And arguably, a lot of other places are worse. Samsung are fucking so much worse. Like one of the big problems with Android phones for the longest time, it's only becoming less of a problem now, is that iPhones, you open them up from the front. So you take off the bottom screws and you heat gun around the screen, and the screen opens up like a book. And you have access to the board and the battery. And then you can disconnect the screen, take the screen off, and you can remove the battery using pull tabs and disconnect the battery that way. And you can pop a new one in. Granted, that is not a thing that is easy to do, but that is the process. Whereas a lot, like for even Samsung phones and stuff like that, Jesus Christ, you have to go in through the back. Like, if you want to replace the screen, you have to disassemble the entire phone. As XP Cookie's just saying that, yeah, like on an iPhone, you want to replace the screen, you take the screen off and you put a new screen on. You want to replace the screen of a lot of Samsungs, you disassemble the whole thing to its core. And obviously, when you disassemble stuff, the problem is always that you're at risk of just breaking it, right? So you can't really see what I'm doing until I take the top bit off, but you have to just trust me that I'm doing stuff. And when you have to, the more stuff you have to disassemble and mess with, the more likely something is to get broken when you are disassembling it. You know, and Apple, to their credit, their problem, Apple's problem with repair isn't that their devices aren't technically repairable. It's that they make it very difficult for a consumer to do it. Or non-Apple people to do it, non-Apple techs and yada 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 to do it. They make it very hard, especially because they often, you know, even if you can easily take a screen out and put a new screen in, they kind of do this software lock on it, where it's like, oh, it's not a proper Apple screen. It's like, fuck off. I want to take the back off so I can more easily get into these, because currently the back's just. It's not fully in the way, but it's in the way. And I like this very taut cable here. I like how empty the inside of this is. No, that cable's cable tied to the back. Right, it's just cable tied to the back. For some reason. I see. Yeah, that's the power supply. Big old transformer. And that plugs into there, and that's also routed through there. So I want to unplug that. Do I want to unplug that? I don't need to remove it completely, I just need it out of the way. I mean, the iPhone 14s, the base, not the Pros, but the normal 14s, they're actually really repairable. They've done something, because one of the problems with iPhones has been that it's been the opposite problem with Samsungs, right? In that, because Samsungs you go through in the back, if you smash the back glass on a Samsung, you can just swap the back out. Then if you broke the screen, you have to disassemble the whole phone. Well, there's the opposite problem in an iPhone, in that if you broke the back glass on an iPhone, you have to disassemble the whole phone. Now, arguably, Apple's solution's better, because obviously, if you smash the back of your phone, well, your phone works fine, the back's just smashed. You smash the screen, you need a screen replacement. Like, the screen's the thing, like, the two major repairs you have to do on a phone are screen and battery replacements. They're the two big ones. And they are the two that Apple prioritized in the design. Which, cool. Let's unplug this. This is the speaker wire. Actually, if that's soldered in, or if that just clipped. But yeah, on the 13, they've made it so you can actually disassemble it from both directions. It's got an internal frame. It's got a really cool internal frame. And that way you can just take the back off on its own and the front off on its own. And then the rest of the phone is just held to this like internal kind of skeleton. Which is... And the fact they've done it and kept the phone as thin as it is, impressive. Which is why iFixit gets quite annoying. Because iFixit will kind of open these iPhones and go, on a practical level, on a purely practical, like physically taking it apart thing, these phones are really repairable. It's just that they don't... It's the parts sourcing. And it's the documentation which is difficult. Oh, look, the sun. Wow. It's the sun in a matte stream. Wow. Oh, can I blind it? Can I blind it? Oh, wait. I'm on a train. I'm on a train. I'm on a train. I'm fucking with someone in the opposite seat. Take that, guy in the opposite seat. Yeah, the Fairphone, and there's a laptop which is quite repairable as well. Problem is though, with anything repairable, obviously there's a trade-off to that high level of repairability. Yeah, frame rot. They're good laptops, but there's always a trade-off, right? The advantage, because there's a problem with what Apple does, but there's also an advantage to it, right? Like the modern MacBook Airs, right? Everything being on a single SoC makes basically, if any single problem happens, you have to replace the whole SoC. If a problem happens to the board, it's so small that you have to replace the whole board, right? The battery is fucking segmented and it's fucking stacked and it's filling all these little holes. The advantage of all of that, obviously, is because everything's so closely tied together, it works incredibly well. It's incredibly powerful, it's incredibly heat efficient, and it has a huge battery capacity. And it does that while being incredibly thin and light and very well built. You make all those components more easily replaceable, you have to compromise on those things. And I want both options, is my thing. Like, I want... The problem historically has always been, especially with phones, there isn't two options. There's one option. The option with no battery replacements, and none of that thing. When you can do those things. You know, I've never been that annoyed about Apple doing it. In the past, I was never that annoyed about Apple doing it, because, like, you know, Dan and Rebecca are evident of this, in that Galaxy Notes, which is what Dan and Rebecca have used for a long time. For a long time, only until a few years ago, you could replace the battery in them. Had a fully removable battery. It had a headphone jack. It had an SD card reader. And I was always fine with Apple kind of making the stuff really locked down, because I'm like, well, you have the choice still, right? Like, I'm personally fine with it being locked down, because I like the things that it makes it, right? I'm fine with it. I'm fine with that trade-off. I'm gonna cut that cable tie. It's got this big heat sink. I think it must be a heat sink. It's just a big. Cut the cable tie. Ooh, old cable tie. It's yellowed. And like, you also had your 9 and nothing phone, because the design learned the people behind it at NFT to answer. That doesn't surprise me. I got a skin for my phone, which is based on it's called something. Dbrand make these. Dbrand, I don't like a lot of what Dbrand do, but there's occasional designs where I'm like, oh, that's nice. So they do these something ones. They're called something, and they are the same sort of design as the nothing phone backs, but they're for loads of different skins, and they have white and black ones. And I got this black one for the iPhone, which I really like. Yeah, it's fun. I like a bit of a spizige to it. Right, let's just disconnect this from the board directly. Stay away from the transformer, because it's only charging it. So I can check. Dbrand's branding is them being assholes, and I honestly enjoy it. Yeah, the problem is, though, they take it a bit, because their branding is they're kind of assholes, but they are actually genuinely kind of assholes. I think their customer service is fucking appalling. And I actually think their skins are shit. Their skins are shit. The skins are shit. Power's coming through to here. It's going through this little thing. That's going up to the power cable. This is the little... Yeah, this is just a board that's turning it on and off. So the power button's there. Clicks on and off. Nice big clicky switch. Send the signal down to here. Bridges the connection. There's a little fuse there. Turns the transformer on. Korean transformer. Goes to there. Powers the whole unit. And there's just two boards powering the unit. You've got this big board at the bottom here. You've got this, there's a big green board in the front, which is powering all of the kind of user interface stuff, connected by three plastic things. You've got this up here, which is just the radio board on its own. Effectively, how these kind of hi-fis are combis, right? Like, they're designed to look like they're separate units, but they're not. But internally, they actually are separate units still. Can you charge it by unplugging it and cycling the power switch? It's unplugged. I'm not really worried about it. It's just something I keep an eye on. Just be careful when you're working with things. I'm actually okay. I'm trying to take that back off, but it's just those cables aren't coming out. I don't want to break anything. And it's this that I'm trying to get at anyway. And I can pretty much just get at this here. It's this frame on the side which is mainly in the way. Can I remove that somehow? There's a screw there. It's a screw holding it onto the front. Let's just go to the side cam so you can maybe actually see something. Electricity is to be respected. Yes, it is indeed. Gotta be careful. The thing is, most times when people do stuff stupid with electricity, It's just because they have done something stupid with electricity. Like, there's a whole thing with a lot of stuff in that. A lot of the stuff that you kind of get taught to do is, so it's fail-safe, right? To a degree. Just be careful. Just always be careful working with electronics, both for the electronics' sake and for yours. I'm a little fast and loose with stuff, but I'm safe with stuff, so. There's another screw. Oh, Electro Boom. Yeah, because that's the thing. He's doing stupid stuff, but because he knows what he's doing. Don't know where that screw went. That. We're just careful. Be careful not to bridge connections. Be careful not to fucking touch things. You can avoid it. Right, so here's the working one. Now, I'm not going to try it with the other one. The other one's got more gunk on the things. Oh. I've not put the belts on right. That might explain it. So I know this. The setup's designed for like small electronics that are flat. So these like fucking big, complicated, messy things that are just awkward to fucking light and show is just. Sorry. Let's change the focus a bit. Right, that should be the right focal length-ish. Let's get a torch in there. So, torch has a bit of a strobe effect. I'm sorry. So, there. You can see that now. So you see, let's get a pointy voice. So this is the roller, right? This rubber should be on here, but it's not. It's over to the left. Oh, actually, I say that. It's in line with it, though. Like, it looks like it's probably meant to be on here, because it's got this big sort of, like, divot section. But this bit's flat, unless that's just... I don't know, actually. Unless... Unless there's supposed to be a third belt. Would there be a third belt? Because this has two grooves. See, this had two grooves here, because one belt was supposed to be obviously connected to this, and the other was connected to that. But this also has two grooves, this one. See, my problem with putting new belts on this is that I had no point of reference, because the belts had just completely disintegrated. Like I couldn't see where the belts were attached. But admittedly, it's fairly standardized. The second groove looks like it's in line with the belt that goes from the point of the motor. So this is the thing, right? I've lined it up in such a way, so because like this belt that's attached here, this one is perfectly in line from the motor to this, right? Which is this sort of like yeah, it's the main sort of thing that's it's the main sort of gear, and this one is this one's in line. Oh, I think I might put too big of a belt on there. It's a bit loose. Maybe I just need to put a tighter belt on there as well. I'm going to take these belts off. Get the belts off. As awkward as they were to get on, we're going to take the belts off. We're going to clean up them. And I might put a smaller belt on that one. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I might put a smaller belt on the other one. As it stands, they're the two belts I've got on it. So I might just try a smaller belt for the bigger one. I want to clean this up. Now, there's a lot of gunk on the other one, which I think is one of the reasons it's so bad, is because it was way more gunked up, I noticed. This isn't really gunked up, is the thing. Like, looking at all these grooves, they're not... They're all surprisingly clean. Right, let's just use some... kerosene! Tank of kerosene. Right, toothbrush. Actually, put it on the toothbrush. Kerosene. Ooh, kerosene. Ooh, kerosene. Kerosene, more like keramine, am I right? Context, kerosene is sticky stuff remover. But sticky stuff remover is literally just kerosene mixed with a bit of limonene for the smell. Literally all it is. It's kerosene with a bit of a scent added, so it's less overwhelming. Inflammable. Very. You bet. Okay, that's annoying. I ordered some better brushes because I've had so many ESD safe brushes and I don't know where any of them are fucking. Oh, I don't know where any of them are. There's one there. There's one. Literally, there's one right in the drawer. Well, don't I look like a fool? Point is, I ordered some more. I have lots of different sizes and stuff because doing stuff like this is just really awkward with toothbrushes. Get any gunk that might have been left on there, even though it doesn't look like there was any gunk on them. Just in case there was. Yeah, I'm trying to make this tape deck as good as it can be. I mean, I say that's a bit of a low bar because it's a tape deck, but still. Let's get in there. I can't really twist this one because it's the motor, but come on, little bitch. You can run a mini jet engine off that. I mean, yeah, I've got all the bits for a mini jet engine, right? Get a Dyson vacuum cleaner turbine. You get a fucking little electric lighter for your ignition. Get some syringes to act as a fuel injector. Get some sticky stuff remover. Bob's your uncle. I mean, it'd melt immediately, but you know. I don't know why I'm drinking a Aperol Spritz in the middle of the day. I just fancy one, but whatever. I still can't get in there. Let's go in with my little tweezers. There we go. Yeah, it's dusty. You can see it's a little dusty. There's not any gunk on it though, which is the main thing. But again, just clean it all. Oh, come on. I know you can't really see what I'm doing, but in fairness, neither can I. So just feeling it out, you know. There we go. That's a bit cleaner. Right. That's the sticky stuff remover. Let's get that off. Let's get some isopropyl. I found slightly amusing that you were drinking last time you were working this thing. Right, you were drinking the 3DS. I'm doing a lot of streams. The 3DS didn't break because I was drinking, though. That's the thing. My level of competency doesn't change because I have some alcohol in me. Now to a point. To a point. Alcohol. More flammable. Give it a clean. See, I'm not sure if I should lube any of this up. Because I obviously on the VCR I oiled up some of the moving components that already had grease on them, and it made it run way smoother. I just don't know, because obviously this is a lot of belts and you don't want them slipping, so you don't want lubricant on these. But I don't know whether I should be lubing up anything else here. Ugh. Right, let me look on Google, DuckDuckGo. Yeah, because this is the thing, that... Oh my god. I hate this torch for doing that. You click it on once and it's bright, and you click it on again and it dims it, and then the third click is just like, I'm flashing! And I'm like, well, stop it. I'm sorry, I hate that strobe effect. Yeah, so this wheel here, there's two grooves. There's a smaller groove and a bigger groove. Now that groove lines up perfectly with this. And this groove here lines up perfectly with this groove here. Maybe this is just supposed to be... Yeah, and because this bigger groove here, the one that didn't have anything on, doesn't line up with anything. Aside from... It sort of lines up with this big bit of wood, but like... I don't think it's the case for these. I think these just run dry since they don't spin fast enough for any form of friction or melting. Oh, no, that's true. I mean, spins nicely on its own anyway, doesn't it? I think some of the stuff inside needs a bit of a clean, but I bought a wet tape cleaner that should clean like the heads and stuff. Actually, I might give the bit of inside a proper clean as well. Because last time I was replacing the belts just to make sure, see if it even worked properly, but no, I know it works. So I'm just fixing up more. Right, let's go with cassette tape player belts. Suggest now, I went through the Internet Archive for DS ROMs and I've got very little from that. That interested me. My game library is small on my 2DS at the moment. I downloaded all of them. I just downloaded the whole thing. I'm pick and choose. I kind of just chose anything with a vaguely recognizable name. What's on mine? I don't know. I'm going to simultaneously Google for pictures of that while also opening my other computer's Finder folder. Game ROMs. NDS. Matt DS. Yeah, so I've got the Advance Wars games, Age of Empires games, Aliens, there's an Avatar game, there's a couple of Assassin's Creed games, a couple of Batman games, I've got the B-movie game, for some reason, Big Brain Academy, bunch of Bomberman games, a bunch of COD games, yeah, Castlevania, Dawn of Sorrow, Order of Alexia, and Portrait of Rome, but I think they just came out on the Switch recently, so... Cats and Dogs. See, this is the thing. Any of these games, a lot of them, the remasters exist, and it'd be better to play the remasters, honestly. What's more ethical? Cats, with a Z. Ooh. Chrono Trigger, Contra, Contact. Oh, the CSI games. The Blob. There's a Doctor Who game. A bunch of Dragon Ball games. Dr. Kawasaki's Dr. Kawashima's brain training. Donkey Kong games. Dogs. Duke Nukem's Critical Mass. Ooh. Driver Dance, Story Train. Oh, that's good. Elite Eight Agents, Cracker. Bunch of Garfield games, a few Godzilla games. I mean, a lot of shit. Chinatown Wars, GTA Chinatown Wars is great. House MD, the official game. which not a Scooby, but I got it. Grey's Anatomy, the video game. There's a few games I just saw and went, what the fuck? I just put it on. Iron Man 1 and 2. There's an I'm Celebrity Get Me Out of Here game. Bunch of Kirby games. Juiced 2. Bunch of Spyro games. Lara Croft Tomb Raider Legend. There's a Korg made a bunch of synths. Like there's just games that are just synths. Like full synth simulators. There's a bunch of Lego games, like all the Lego games, like Lego Batman, Lego Indiana Jones, Lego Ninjago, Lego Star Wars, all that nonsense. Line Rider's good. Bunch of Mario games, got all the Mario games. Metroid, got all the Metroid games. Metal Slug 7, Mech Assault. Marvel games. Moon, Monopoly, Micro Machines, V4. Michael Jackson, The Experience, which I'm assuming is just sexually inappropriate content towards children. Mr. Bean game, Mr. Driller, Murder on the Titanic, a bunch of My Sims games, Mr. Slime Jr., not a Scooby, a bunch of Need for Speed games, which I haven't tried yet, Ninja Gaiden and Tentogs, or a bunch of Pet Z games, Pimp My Ride. I mean, there's loads. Basically, I just took anything that looked vague. Like, I saw the name of it and went, all right, I'll give that a go. Rango, the game. Professor Layton, Prince of Persia, Rayman, Ratatouille, Retro Arcade, Ridge Racer, Rock Band 3, Rollercoaster Park, Scribblenauts, Sea Park Tycoon, Shawmite Snowboarding, Shaun the Sheep, Sega Superstars, Sega Casino, Sim Animals, Sims, Sonic, bunch of Sonic games, bunch of Spider-Man games, Space Invaders, bunch of Star Wars stuff, Thor, Thomas and Friends, Hero of the Rails, Superman Returns, Tetris DS, Trackmania, Tron, WarioWare, The Herbs, bunch of more Spider-Man, Worms, WWE games, X-Men games, Yoshi games, loads. Honestly, my tactic for games, for systems like that is any game I see the name of and I go, I can't imagine what that could be, or I vaguely recognize that, I just get it and give it a go. And I will at some point. I only got 3DS working the other day and I barely had any time. I'm not trying to find like a specific thing for this. I'm just trying to see how like these rollers were generally set up. Because the way I had it set up must be mostly right. Because it was working. Because it's possible there might be another belt that's supposed to be on there for like... I was going to say redundancy, but I don't think redundancy. But just like, I don't know, maybe... Yeah, okay, I'm just looking at like images of different belts, and they're all completely fucking... Every fucking cassette player has a completely different belt arrangement. And they're all fucking weird. Yeah, the manuals being the belts laid out. I mean, the thing is, right, looking at them... So see, this groove here, in this big one here, right, this one that didn't have a belt on. What's interesting about this is, I know you can't really see it from the angle, but it's got this big sort of like angled edge, right? And those kind of angled edges I only ever see on belts that are meant to be offset, right? Because these ones are like nice and flat, right? Nice and flat grooves either side. This one's angled, which makes it feel like maybe it is supposed to have a belt here to here. And there's only 3 fucking wheels. So I don't know what else it could be. I don't know what else it possibly could be. So uh-oh. I put my belts in a stack, and now there's 4 belts of different sizes. That's not helpful. Let's just take these 3 smaller belts. I've got a big belt pack. I found on eBay there was a listing for like a belt pack for this machine, right? A dedicated belt pack that just came with the belts you needed. But it was like 15 quid for what's effectively like 5 belts. You can get a big pack of just like misc belts for like a few quid. Like, I'm not paying loads of fucking belts. Let's get this belt to be the right size first and foremost, because maybe it being not tight enough is why. I mean, I'm never quite sure how tight belts should actually be. Because like that's obviously making good contact there. But it's not tight. It's not loose. I wouldn't call it loose, but it's not tight. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. But logically, I feel like my logic dictates that it should be tight. Right? Try a smaller belt. Someone who works in this era tech, tell me, because I'd say I haven't worked with belts very much. At least not in a long time. Here's my thing with this kind of thing. I've done a lot of this before, but like ages ago, you know. Ooh. Should be one for the back. Come on. I'm sorry you can't really see anything. As I say, I can't really. If you can't see anything, I can't see anything. Is how this is currently this is how this is currently set up. Come on. No. It's twisted is the current problem with it. I want to be twisted. I mean, oh, if you could stick it in the Discord XP cookie, that'd be great. That feels right. That feels right. Matt, from looking at the manual, the motor goes to the big metal pulley, and then from the metal pulley to the plastic pulley. Oh, so the motor's not supposed to be attached to this one at all. Discord. Aperol. Ooh, tape deck assembly diagram. Thank you, XP Cookie. Yeah, it's just showing 2 belts. Huh. Right, you are. It's odd. Right. Trying to get the angle right on it when I'm staring at it. Yeah, it does look like from this little diagram. There's only supposed to be 2 belts, and yeah, one is going from this big wheel to that to the motor, and the others, and then one's going from here to. Why does this have 2 grooves then? Is it for redundancy? Can I put 3 belts on it? Will that make it more stable? Yeah, so they should be going through this, not that. Because I was using this as the middle ground. Maybe this being the middle ground was a bad thing, because this is supposed to move. And this doesn't. Actually, maybe that's why it had a wobble. Because this has a bit of a wiggle to it, as this doesn't. Okay. Let's try that one. I could probably put 3 belts on this and it'd be fine, but fuck it. If I can get away with 2, I'll just do 2. I'll plug it in and test this while it's still open. Before I close it back up again. This one's a fucking fanny though. It's an XD20. It's a XOD10. But the thing you've said looks exactly the same, and I'm assuming it's a slight revision, which means that it'll be the fucking exactly the same, frankly. 20 will just be a revision or a slightly higher end version. These little parts will be the fucking same in all of them. Like there's a D30, and the D30 just seems to be a slightly higher end model from this era. The 10 seems to have been the entry level one. And the 30, like they're proper separated decks. Well, this is an all in one boy, from what I could tell. I don't know. I couldn't find a whole lot of docs about it. In fairness, I haven't really looked that hard. There we go. Let's move that over. There's a random woman coming in my ear, which admittedly is... The PDF has the whole part system process. I mean, yeah, that's you go because a lot of these documentations, because back in this sort of era, especially, obviously these would be sold, and then you would just have repair shops which would repair hi-fis and TVs and stuff like that, and they just have access to all of this documentation, and they could fix them. You know, you wouldn't send it to the manufacturer, which is handy for current era stuff. Let's say the nice thing with capacitors and stuff like that, and with all this stuff on the board, you can see what they are. Like the board is labeled with what they're doing, and you can look at the capacitors, all the caps and all these little switches and stuff like that. They say what they are on them. That's what again is quite nice about stuff from this era, in that you can just like everything on here. If anything on this board was broken, literally any of this stuff, I could get a replacement bit for any of this. I could replace literally any of this, and it's all of a size that I could do myself. Like even these smallest little resistors and stuff like that, I could replace myself. And you can tell what they are based on the color banding on them. And you can see these traces. These traces aren't even traces on the. These aren't even traditional circuit board traces. These are literally just traces of wire. Like they're not embedded into the board like you would in a modern PCB. I mean, these are embedded up here on this sort of UI one. That's more like a modern PCB, but this is just like a. This is a circuit board, and that's a PCB. If you want to be technical about it. I mean, feel free to stick with... I mean, stick whatever you want. Stick whatever link you want in there. As long as it's not like fucking 2 guys killing another guy. 2 women killing a guy? That's fine. But... that's the only type of murder I'll allow. No murder, please, thank you. That's a joke. Come on. Come on, little... Oh, fucking cunt. So annoying. Oh, that album's done. Wow, thank you, PJ Harvey. That's a nice little album, actually, that. It's got a newer album. Let England Shake have had to go on. It's 2010. Kind of alty. Facebook review. I found the service manual for the XOD10, and curiously, it doesn't show how the belts are positioned in the explosion of the tape deck. Classic. Classic. Oh, let's go for Daryl Hall. No, it's fucking. I always say, whenever I say Hall and Oates, I always say Daryl Hall and Oates. I don't say Daryl Hall and John Oates. I don't say fucking Hall and Oates. I always say Daryl Hall and Oates. I'm like, yeah, fuck you, John. I mean, that is the theme of this channel all the time, isn't it? I love John. John's lovely. Definitely a different spelling of John as well. Because John's got that weird fucking Jon spelling, which fucking I never see anywhere. Alright. Just realised I shouldn't have put that one on first, because I need to get another one behind it, so I need to take this one off again, even though I've just spent ages getting it on. Motherfucker. Right, let's go with the small... Do I have a slightly larger belt? I almost have a slightly larger belt. It's a bit too... belt pack. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, they sell these, like, custom belt. Admittedly, that custom belt set that was on eBay or whatever would have had the belt for the record player in. The big wide belt, which obviously I don't have here. But I don't need to replace that anyway, so fuck it. Oh no, my belt. Let's try the small belt. It's a very small belt, but let's try it. Oh, that's too small. Yeah, that's too small. Bigger belt. Yeah, this is what's quite fun about fixing these, is because literally, as I said, the eBay listing for this thing was, when I turn it on, I can hear the motor spinning, but nothing happens. And they're like, oh, it must be completely broken then. I'm like, it's clearly just the belts. Like, it's so... The amount of people, because any tech from this era, it's almost always what goes on them. It's not almost always, it is what goes on them. The rubber just disintegrates, it just turns back into oil. Classic thing with rubber. It just feels a little... Okay, here's a question. Oh my god, the music is very quiet. I'm sorry, yeah, we are supposed to be able to hear the music. That's very quiet. Sorry about that. Okay, question to anyone who works with belts a lot, which can't be that many people, admittedly. How tight should a belt really be? That's not gonna slip off. I mean, maybe that's just right. It doesn't feel too... It's not too tight, but it's not too... It doesn't seem, like, overly loose either, and I guess that's just what you're aiming for, really, isn't it? It still wiggles a bit. Oh, it hasn't a dumb way to XP cookie. Classic. Classic tech manual from the fucking 80s. Right. See, that wasn't how I did it the first time, because it doesn't seem like it should be like that. But it doesn't mean it doesn't work any less. It's just... That belts are touching is the thing. Like, the belts are rubbing against each other in this configuration. Is the problem. Unless I moved that over to that other groove. Real thing with belts is that you shouldn't be able to easily move it from side to side. At least with cars. Yeah. It's what ridge this should be on. Because this other one here, this smaller one. So this is so awkward to show off on camera. I mean, there you go, you can see it shining there. This one here. By the way, I've got my ring light on fucking maximum. It's just not getting enough light on. Right. So, here, this belt here, these two belts are touching in this configuration. They're rubbing against each other here, where they're crossing over here. Like, they're not interfering, but they are rubbing on each other, which I don't really like. Unless this entire belt assembly is meant to be on that sort of, like, other wider belt, or this other wider groove. So I'm putting on the wider groove. It's just odd that there's two grooves on each of these things when there doesn't need to be, but I suppose if they're using standard parts, some of them might just have two grooves just because you might, I don't know. Standard parts in it, they might. Come on, man, right? Oh, you sent my Discord, thank you. Oh my god. Oh yeah, they have done that in a very stupid way, haven't they? Yeah, they've kind of showed the belts. Yeah, they've got like numberings. Yeah. Yeah. So. Right. For context. Bad diagram. Bad diagram, Sony. So this plastic bit. I'm sure the motor though. It's confusing. Ah, a little bit. Thank you. Because that way, like, if I connect, I know this is so hard to fucking make out. I'm sorry. Basically, if I connect this pulley to the motor directly, there's two grooves on the motor. The inner groove, right, makes the belt rub on this kind of outer sort of wooden bit, plastic, silver, this, whatever, the silver bit of the pulley, it rubs on there. But then if I have it connected to the inner bit, it's, I don't know if it's rubbing on the other belt. It's fucking close to it. It looks like it's rubbing. Let me test it for rubbing. Yeah, it's touching it. Now that might be just the belts I've got. Maybe with the original belts they're different, but there's a chance you might be right and this orientation is wrong. I was kind of hoping my orientation was wrong though, because if my orientation initially was right, then the flutter's being caused by just something else. I mean, it was working before. This is the thing, it was working, so fuck it. I'm trying to get it to stop fluttering. But I have cleaned it, so maybe the flutter will have reduced now I've cleaned it. I can't stop the flutter, it's a fucking cassette tape. It's gonna have flutter, that's half the point of it. Again, I want something, I want a bit. But not quite as well. But it's almost right. You can tell it's flutter. Anyone who've had listened to it can hear the flutter. It shouldn't be as obvious as it is. Come on, you prick. Admittedly, it could be the motor. It could just be the motor. Like the other, obviously the motor's basically gone on the other one. So it's possible this motor, obviously, while it's less worn than the other one, may still just be, it might just be the motor. I did see someone on YouTube showing them basically disassembling a motor from a cassette deck completely to refurb it and fix it. Like it is a thing people do. They completely disassemble the motors and come back together, which I'm willing to do. I don't want to do. I was half debating trying it on tape A, the one that's kind of broken, to see if I could make it work. But at the same time with deck A, I'm kind of fine with it not working. You still have the part numbers for the belts you bought for it. Because the tape deck has a normal belt and a square belt. They're all square. But the entire pack of belts I've got are all square belts. Which admittedly is a very small difference. It's literally just a big pack of belts of different sizes. I can't imagine it make much of a difference in the thing. Practically speaking. Well, let's try. Matt's got a torch in his mouth. Okay, I have a question, chat. This is not slightly odd. Odd. Right, I carry stuff in my mouth all the fucking time. Right, all the fucking time. Right, I will carry just like just to have my hands free for whatever reason. Right, for like a brief period. Right, and I'll put my keys in my mouth. Or I'll put my fucking sunglasses in my mouth. Or I'll put a fucking torch in my mouth or whatever all the fucking time because my hands are full or whatever. Or I need them for something else. Don't want to put my phone in my mouth. Right, is that? Do any of you do that regularly? Because every time I do it, people always comment on it. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's just something everyone does. I only have two hands. Mouth's just another free hand. Sure, it can be a bit wet sometimes, but you know. Actually, I'm criticizing the belts for rubbing against each other when it was connected to this other pulley. From there, I was complaining that it's rubbing, but it's still rubbing on here. Maybe that's the problem with the circular belt. The part numbers for 102 is, I mean, Yeah, no, I didn't get part numbers with the belts. It's just a big pack of random sized belts. And I've just chosen ones with the vague size. See? Ah. See that? When I do that, I wobble it like that. It's not actually moving the other two things at all. That's moving now. Maybe that belt isn't tight enough. I feel like it shouldn't be wobbling. Shouldn't be able to do that. Maybe at some point I should just fucking buy that expensive belt set from Amazon. I just resented it. I didn't want to pay fucking the same price for the belt set as I did for the whole fucking unit. But looking at part numbers up, yeah, I don't want to buy more belts though. I'm trying to avoid spending more money on it. Like, my goal with this is close enough, not, As I say, I can get a dedicated belt pack for it with the right part belt numbers and stuff like that, and the fucking cassette, the belt for the thing, but I just can't. Where's my belts? There's my belt. Choose roundabouts. Ooh, it's roundabout time. Literally, it's just a big set of belts. But I'm like, yeah, that belt's the right size, vaguely. Close enough. Or maybe I should... Oh! I don't like that. In my pile of belts is this. And I looked at it for a second and went, why is there a way? Ah! That's from a 3DS. So that's something that's missing from the inside of my 3DS. It's from the speaker assembly. Don't know why that's not in the 3D. I'll put that over there for later. It's fine. Right. It's fine. Close enough. Say, close enough is close enough. It's close enough. Well, let's try, Well, actually, can you tell me this, EXP Cookie? Based on your little bit of research you're doing. Are the belts meant to be the same size? Or are they meant to be different sizes? Actually, I'm assuming if there's two different part numbers. If there's two different part numbers, they must be different sizes. I was hoping when I got this that the belts wouldn't have completely disintegrated. I mean, one of them was enough that I could vaguely compare the size of one belt, but that was literally all I got. Let's try a small belt. Same I go at this, even if it's not right, as long as it sounds fine, then it's fine. Okay. As you look now, that's got no wobble. When that moves, the other one always moves in sync with it. Which I think is what I would want, surely. That feels like the aim here. It's got a tiny bit, but it's always going to have with a rubber belt. A rubber belts, they have a bit of flex. It's always going to have a tiny bit, less than it was before. Well, there must be, yeah. If they're different parts, they're different sizes. Surely, it's yeah. It's the logic I'm working on at least. But I'm going to put two of the same size on and see how that works. See how it sounds. And as I say, with a lot of things, and like this, I could have bought the sub-part set, but as I say, I do find it a bit of a novelty doing this. I find it a bit of fun doing this, as much as it's slightly annoying. Kind of figuring it out, you know. Does this work? We'll see. Will it work? I don't know. And then the nice thing about it is that if it's fucked, or if it doesn't work properly, that's my fault. Or it's the fault of the thing for being old. Ah, okay. Close enough. Well, maybe... Ooh, actually, ooh, that's a point. Ooh, that's a point. Maybe that belt is supposed to be on that outside belt. Oh, God. So, you know, say there's two grooves here. Maybe it is, because maybe it is meant to be on this sort of like angled one, because then it stops the belt. The belts aren't touching anywhere then. Maybe that's... Yeah, I'll try that. Give that a go, eh? Plug it in. Just plug it in. Plug. Right, let's plug it in. Turn it on. Right, let's put the tape on. Is there a speaker connected? No. Disconnect the speaker. Where's my speaker? Where did I put it? Oh, somewhere. Yeah, just says belt and belt square. Yeah, close enough. Well, as I say, the thing with belts is it doesn't really have to be perfect. They're rubber belts. There's always a bit of imperfectness to it. They're rubber belts from the 80s. Like, they... Right, let's try that. Now, speaker. Right. Pause the music. Right. Let's go tape. What tape are we going for? Actually, we listened to Boney M, weren't we? And I could hear it on that. So let's just go back with that. Oh my God.
More and more people. The demands to do something about this outrageous man came louder and louder.
It sounds worse, I'm gonna be honest. That sounds like I've made it worse. Okay, good to know. So far, I've just made the problem worse. Okie dokie. No, the wobble is significantly worse, XP Cookie. It's not possibly. It's definitely a lot worse. Good. Let's put it back on the other one. Come on, you prick. Prick. Oh, actually, you know what? I can just test. Let's see what happens when I put it on this one. Let's just see how it sounds on all of them. Fuck it. Might as well. Got the tape in. Actually, just take the tape out. That'll fucking work. And we're not going to touch the circuit board because the power's on now. It's live. Right. No. That's wrong. Okay. Oh, that's because it's not even on the fucking wheel. That would explain that one. Yeah, that's not even on either of the fucking wheels. It's just straight on the fucking shaft. That's not very good, is it? Yes, it's fluttering like a butterfly now, yes. Now, notably, that was in the same configuration as before, basically. The two things that are different now is that I've got a smaller belt on one of them, and this belt was in a slightly different place on the thing. So let's just try all the belt configurations and see how it sounds on each of them. Because yeah, the flutter is speed. It's the speed that it's running at. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Touching that bit of metal makes the motor turn on. How fun. Well, let me just turn the power off. Mm, mm. More alcohol, right? Smart, fast and loose. That's how he works. Good enough is fine. That's the thing. One of my adages in life is don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Or don't let good be the enemy of perfect. I mean, both are the same. But I guess don't let fine be the enemy of good, and then don't let good be the enemy of perfect. But it doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be good. It doesn't have to be good, it just has to be fine. Perfectionism. It's good to strive for perfectionism. But, you know, I always strive for perfectionism, but you don't have to be perfect. It's fine. So on the other one, I think one of the reasons the other tape deck might be so bad is because I can see loads of gunk on that one. When I cleaned it up, it had so much fucking gunk on it. I mean, it's possible the gunk maybe just be slowing up down that other deck. I'm gonna take the belts off the other deck as well, and I'm gonna clean the gunk up and put the belts back on as they were. Just to I don't think that'll fix it. Admittedly, I don't really want to fix deck A either. But if I clean it up and it works perfectly, then I'd be like, oh no. I like it. It's fun it being broken as a novelty, but if it's fixed by basically doing nothing, I'm also fine with that. Why does belt come out? Come on, you prick. Come on, do something. It's stuck. Got wedged. There we go. Fucking belts, man. Who thought these were a good idea? Fucking 80s. Oh, let's put a degradable fucking thing in. Because at least on a record player, admit that I've got a friend. I saw her the other day, and she's like, oh yeah, she's got a really cheap record player, and to change the speed of the record, you know, between like 33 and 45, she has to change the belt. It comes with different belts, and you move the belt around, and that changes the speed. And I'm like, what the fuck? Alright. That's one way to fucking do it, but Jesus. Fucking absolute fanny on. If I had to fucking... I'd never change it. If I had to fanny on with a belt every fucking time I want to change the speed, I'd never use it. Although, admittedly, I don't know how many people are playing fucking singles now. Like, I think, and as I found when I went... Because I went to HMV and I was curious what the new... Because HMV have basically changed their structure over the past few years. Because obviously physical media basically all died. So they tried to rejig themselves to the point that if you go into HMV now, at least like most HMVs I've went into, like HMV Liverpool, for example, you go in, and when you walk in, it's mostly nerd shit, right? It's got a lot of like figures and pop vinyls and comics and like Japanese sweets. And then when you go into the back, most of the physical media, I mean, they still have CDs and stuff, but the vast majority of the physical media they have is vinyl and imported like Japanese movies. They're the two main things they're doing, which is interesting. But when I was looking around the sort of the and obviously all the records they're selling are new. Not that they're new recordings necessarily, just that they are new. They're new pressings. They were all really expensive, but I couldn't find a single fucking single. Couldn't find a single. Single. All the single ladies. Couldn't find a single one. That doesn't look good. Oh, on tape. That's when the sounds come through.
About this outrageous man.
Oh, that's way worse. That's as bad as Deck A now. It's amazing how much the belt configuration can change out sound. Is that as bad as Deck A? Actually, arguably it's worse than Deck A. Woo. That's way slower. Okay. That's running slow. That's interesting. Okay, well, let's put this belt back up then. Because, yeah, basically the thing with the belts is they need to be loose enough that they're not causing resistance, but tight enough that it's getting good traction. That's the balance you're trying to do with them, and that's the current thing I'm trying to do. And it's possible the wobble might just be there as these cookies. It might just be that one of these shouldn't be a square belt. And I've got 2 square belts on it. Now, granted, there's still the difference with these is that I've got a tighter belt on this one, a much tighter belt, which actually might be causing more wobble. So I'll probably change that in a second. I'm just going to put this back on here. See what it sounds like again, out of curiosity's sake. Again, I've done the fucking thing. Come on. It's such a fucking pain in the ass to get this fucking belt in. It gets stuck under where the motor is. There's like a little screw here. There's a tiny little screw there. There, where I'm tapping my thing, you can't quite see it. Which is just, and then the belt gets wedged between that and then the bottom of the motor, and it's fucking, well, there's a little lip where the motor, there's a little bit with the motor, like a bit of metal sticking out of the motor before it hits the kind of wheel. Why does it have 2 belts? Well, so one belt, well, actually, let's demo it, shall we? Let's take this belt off. So, let's put this belt back on. Basically, right, this is the motor. So it has a motor connected to the belt, right? Let's try and play this without this second belt on. Without this second wheel spinning, should we say? Whatever. It's going to sound like shit because the belt's not in the right place, but let's see if it even plays anything, because I don't think it will. No. Nada. Because this is not spinning. It's spinning a gear, but it's not actually spinning the record. This... Not spinning a jog wheel. Yeah, they're both just constituent parts of the thing. I'm not 100% sure on how it's set up, but they are both constituent parts of the thing. Would graphite lubricant make it better? Exacerbate the problem? I don't have any graphite lubricant, and I feel like lubricating the thing that I want to be sticky is a bad idea. Also, 2 hours ago, fucking Mr. Varley shared that they have an interview tomorrow and hoping to get out on employment. Sorry I missed that. I hope your interview goes well. Also, people subscribed for 19 months an hour ago. It's fine. I'm gonna put the music back on because I'm not ready yet. Right, so what I immediately need to do is this belt is wrong, clearly, because that's the only major change outside of cleaning it was this belt and the wobble very worse. So this belt must be too small. That belt's in the wrong place. I think maybe the belt setup was correct. I didn't want the belt setup to be correct. If I had the right belts in, at least based on the ones I have, and the belt setup was correct, it means that the problem is something else, and I don't want it to be something else. Because then I have to either get new parts or some shit. I don't want to get new fucking parts. Maybe I will just relent and buy that fucking belt set, but I don't want to. I don't want to. It's like 15 quid. I don't fucking want to spend 15 quid on 4 rubber belts. Well, 5, including the record one. And it might be worth me replacing the record one. Even though the records are playing fine, it might be worth me just replacing that for longevity's sake. But still, simply replace the whole thing with a bad MP3 player. It doesn't sound the same! Digital bit crush sounds so much different than fucking analog kind of compression. Both sound bad, but this sounds bad in a very distinct way. What the? If I try and play this now, it's just spinning that and nothing's happening. 20 second belt. Turn it off. Yeah, because effectively the quality of its pickups is going to be based on the head. The wobble is going to be based on the speed, and the wobbles are entirely based on the motor and the belts. So any wobble is just caused by these three components: the two belts and the motor. Now, deck A, me cleaning it up, I think will help with its slowdown, but the motor on that's fucked anyway. I mean, we noted that when we turned it on originally, that it just sounds. I mean, sounds like it's struggling. I mean, you can see it wobbling. It sounded like I'm sure because when there was no belt connected, you could hear that motor over there going. Sound like a transmission, you know. Whereas this one didn't sound like that. Let's put this other belt. Let's put this original belt back on. Admittedly, I cleaned it up, and then I put different belts on. So maybe me just cleaning it up and putting the original belts I'd had on there back on will be fine. Maybe that's all I needed to do. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I make those noises in public when I drop things as well, and people have. It's quite funny. I did it in Sainsbury's earlier. Around more Prosecco, and I walked out, and I was walking down. I was walking down the pavement, and I heard my bag clinked on the pavement. It went clunk because I had a few glass bottles in there, and I went. And a woman gave me a look, and I just gave a smile. Summit Rock, so good head comes from a limited wobble. No! Could a black poly be a belt tensioner? I mean, maybe it is. It does move. It's got these little locks. Maybe that is. I don't know. I do enjoy this stream. It's essentially three people with limited knowledge trying to mitigate an issue. Exactly! It's why I like doing them on stream. Especially stuff like this, because normally I'll do a stream, right? And I'll be doing it on something like weirdly specific, and there'll be like I'll fucking say something, and someone will appear, be like, "Hello, I wrote my dissertation on this exact thing." And I'm like, "Oh, for God's sake." Which simultaneously is great and also really annoying. It's like, God damn. So there's like always, I always joke that no matter what you're doing on the internet, there's always someone who's an expert on the thing just waiting around the corner. But what I've enjoyed is that when I've tried to do really specific stuff like this, and I'm doing them online, I'm being like, hello, any experts in this, feel free to speak up. And usually like one person, EXP Cookie in this case, is like, so I googled the PDF, and I'm like, God damn. This is the one time I'm looking for an expert. But equally, I don't know how many experts on 80s fucking tape players there are. Right. Oh. Is there a lore about this? Probably.
Louder and louder.
Okay, something I'm gonna have to something I should probably do is because one of the problems I had the first time I did this is a lot of songs from this era have a bit of a wobble on them anyway, like intentionally. So I should probably just get the actual song up and listen to the actual song. Yeah, there's not supposed to be any wobble on that song. So that's. Oh. Oh. Probably shouldn't have done that. Yep. No, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, damn it. Fucking tapes, man. Let me just get this tape out. How a thing works is obviously there's a bit unraveling the tape, and then there's actually a bit pulling the tape back in as well. And obviously, what I'd stopped there was the bit that was pulling the tape back in, so it was just kind of unraveling, and then it got stuck. I mean, that's fun to do, if nothing else. Ah, I see. So yeah, when I'm pressing that in, and that's stopping the head that's pulling the tape back in to the tape. It's pausing it. So. I'm like a DJ, like a record DJ, but I'm using fucking belts and a pair of tweezers. I mean, there's an extreme example of. Well, because this is the thing. When you say wobble, it sounds like the song's wobbling, but it is literally wobble. It is physically wobbling, and so obviously, it's wobbling in a really small way. And obviously, if I you could make it worse by. Right, like that's fun. Analog, baby. This is the novelty about analog. It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun as well, isn't it? Actually, here's a question. This is something I've actually wanted to test, and I haven't yet, and I probably should. Is it running at the right speed? It's close enough. I mean, tapes are often just close enough. So I'm fine with a bit of wobble. I just want to reduce it. Maybe I just need to get... It's amazing how much the position of those belts changed it. So maybe I just do need to get... Maybe I need to buy a belt. Maybe I should just buy a dedicated belt set. Oh, look! That head is moving. Oh, that's adjusting the speed. So when I'm rewinding it, it's physically moving back. Fast forwarding, it moves forward. Okay. Interesting. It's a bit slow. It sounds a bit slow. I mean, it's a different mix of it as well, remember? Diddle diddle diddle. That's a little slow. It's a different mix as well, but it's a little slow. Rah, rah, Rasputin, leader of the Russian queen. Right, let's go to the chorus. Rah, rah, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's slow. Yeah, it's amazing comparing a modern lossless version of it in stereo. That's what I mean. Tapes are shit. Like, even if this is running at the right speed, it's shit. But the appeal of it is that it's shit. And I'm honestly fine with it running a little slow. I'm just trying to reduce the wobble a bit. Just because tapes are shit. That's why I'm into them. That's why I'm getting into them. Because they're shit. I know it's shit. They're shit. Of course they're shit. They're fucking magnetic tapes shit. They're all shit. Is there a speed adjust? No. The wobble and the speed are something to do with the motors or the belts. Either the belts are causing too much resistance, which is making it run slower and giving it a slight wobble. Or, I mean, you can physically see it wobbling. Can't you? Well, interestingly, when I'm looking at the belts... Yeah, look. I don't know if you can make that out. Do you see that? See, this belt, right, looks nice and stable, right? Basically a line. This belt, do you see it's going wobble, 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 wobble. See? Wobble, 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 wobble. So maybe that's the one that's not meant to be a square belt and it's causing it to wobble. As the belt's readjusting itself, it's causing it to wobble. Yeah, because you can see this entire head's wobbling back and forth. This one's stable. It's that's wobbling. Yeah, it could be that it's loose, or it needs, or it's because it's square. Long shot about how you recap this isn't replacing all the caps. No, and I'm not going to. Yeah, maybe it's just a square belt. I don't think it'd make that much of a difference, honestly. But... well, maybe I just need it. I'm I was trying to avoid spending money on it. Is the thing. Hang on. I open my phone and the most recent notification is a text from Rebecca in all caps that says, "Who knew I'm not entirely noodle?" Yeah. Right. Let's go on eBay. Matt, I've come to find out that the motors have pedometers but they will. Like, I'll be able to speed the motors up and down a bit. But the wobble's still going to be. The wobble's the thing I'm trying to fix. The speed I don't actually really give a fuck about. If it's a bit slow or a bit fast, I don't really care. It's the wobble. That's all I care about is the wobble. Like, yeah, it's a bit slow, but the wobble. It's the wobble. It's all about the wobble. I'm assuming it's those. Right? Maybe these. Right? Probably. Unless they're on the motor. But either way, yeah, it's the wobble I'm trying to fix. It's not the speed. The speed's whatever. Again, they're tapes. They're shit. The small ones, you mean all of these? There's fucking loads of them. Oh, A deck, B deck. Bias. B level, A level. Oh, that's interesting. That's slightly different settings. Hang on, what do they all do? Higher norm. You got record, right and left. You got higher norm, A deck. Higher norm, B deck. L and R bias. That just is R. That says L. That's B level. And that's A level. So that's B level, right and left, and that's A level, right and left. So I guess that's the sound level of each channel. Fine. So that's all just the sound channel levels. That's just recording sound levels, so they're equal. Bias, not 100% sure what that means. High is, you're saying high is the speed. Well, what's norm then? Or do you just mean both of them are speed? Is high just when you're fast forwarding and rewinding, and then norm is just the actual normal speed it's playing at? We're going to test it. Ah! Yeah! Fuck! Go! Go! Fuck! Go! Fuck! Go! Fast! 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 Faster! Faster! It can't go any faster. I mean, it's a new thing for me to mess with. I'll appreciate that if nothing else. How old is this tape deck again? It's from 1988. So, bit old. I'm assuming fast is just. Oh. Well, he's doing something. Both of them are doing something. I'm not sure what, but they're both doing something. I'm not 100% sure what they're both doing. It's norm and high, but I don't know what that means. I assumed high was just when it was fast forwarding and rewinding, but it's not, clearly, because they're both doing something. Because high, if I change high... Watch, high is currently maxed out. If I turn it to bottom... coarse and fine? Maybe? high enormous with an odd one though. An odd phrasing of it.
But when his drinking and lusting and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
Okay. Again, though, it doesn't fix the wobble. It's fun though. And yeah, I could get a special tape deck. I get. I'm working on the basis of close enough. It's tape. They're all shit. And yeah, you can measure them digitally. There's no reason you couldn't measure them digitally. I mean, if you got one of those tones and you knew the tone was 3 hertz, you could just get your phone and just be like, hey, what's this tone? It could give you it'd be like, oh, that's 2.9 hertz or whatever the fuck. Again, close enough is fine for me. It is the wobble I'm trying to reduce. And again, the word is reduce, not fix. Because it's always going to have a bit of wobble. It's a tape. I think that's part of its charm. That's part of why they're shit. But, oh no, my whole tiny bottle of Prosecco. Really? 20 centiliter bottle of Prosecco. Which admittedly makes sense because the problem with sparkling wines and champagnes and stuff is you open them and like, I'm not going to drink it. Am I going to drink an entire bottle of champagne on my own? I mean, I could, but I don't want to. Well, not all the time. Sometimes you just want a bit. Sometimes you just want a drink. I mean, I can get close enough. Raspberry, bum, 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 bum. You know what I can do this with? Yeah. Get the fucking metronome out. Right? I'll get close enough with the speed, and then we can try and fix the wobble. I keep researching this thing, and I stumbled upon a video of a guy from Britain fixing. Oh, this. Oh, neat. Right. So let's get the. I have a physical metronome because I hate digital metronomes, and I think they're a bit of fun. Right. So. Dun 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 dun. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 120. That's that 120. Bum 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 bum. All right. No, it should be higher. Bam, bam, no. 20, please. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 da 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 da. 120. Da 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 da. Bam, 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 ba 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 ba. That's close enough. That'll do. It's close enough. Close enough. It's a little off, but I think it's just the wobble that's making it a bit off. Nah, it's falling out of time. Is that too slow or too fast? Oh, I'm doing a fucking Miles Teller, aren't I? Are you fucking rushing or dragging? Rushing! For all my faults, I do have a reasonable sense of rhythm. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. I mean, I have a metronome because I use it for piano, and I like physical things. I think they're fun. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen.
But when his drinking and lusting and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
I'd say that's as perfect as I'm going to get. Right. Problem is, because of the wobble, which is the whole thing I am actually trying to fix, the speed's slightly... If anything, the speed's not helpful, because if I try and fix the wobble, it's going to fuck with the speed again, and we're going to have to sync the speed again, but speed's right, so that's something. Yeah, I do think I might just need a sec. I might just need some different belts. What's going on? Actually, I was going to say I'll just buy the fucking thing on Amazon, the eBay listing for the specific belts, but no, actually, I'll just rounded belts? Are they called rounded belts? Rounded belts? No, that's literally just belts. Circular or rounded? 20-piece DVD, regular mixed belt, rubber belts. Yeah, I know. Power rubber transmission belt. V belt? Rubber belt. I'll go for flat. Yeah, but I don't want flat ones. Like, I've got square ones currently. I want circular ones, right? I'm looking for completely rounded ones. Like, go flat belts. Like, these aren't flat either. These are square belts. There's square belts, flat belts, and then there's the other kind of belt, which is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, square cassette tape. That yeah, these are square belts. So I need not square belts. I need round belts. Round. Single round rubber motor belt. 50 pieces, assorted tape machine belts. They are square belts from the pictures. Why are they coming up with my fucking search then? Polyurethane round belts for transmission drives. That is just a fucking ream. I don't want a ream of belts. I just want lots of different sized belts. Thank you very much. Yeah, these are all for like all these round belts. Like, oh, for transmissions. Is this a fucking transmission? Thank you very much. Oh, I think I found some round belts, maybe. Oh, the thickness is a thing as well. Because that's the thing. These ones, by the way, these came in a pack of like ones that were like, oh, these are good for repairing like Walkmans and record. Like these are the kind of closest to what you get for this. Is why I got a big pack of them just vaguely. But to fix the wobble, I will need something more specific. Fine. Fine. Fucking wait. Let me just fucking. What is it? XOT10S. Belt kit for Sony D10S. Oh, what's annoying? This belt kit. To be clear, right? This fucking belt kit. This company, right? They two things. A, the company fucking sells them is I have to ship them from fucking Portugal. A, B, the belt kit, which is, to be clear, fucking £14.30 for 4 belts. Four belts like this. Just 4. That's it. That doesn't even come with the turntable belt. The turntable belt is fucking £10. And to be clear, I spent £25 on the whole thing. I resent paying the same amount that I did for the entire unit on bits of rubber. Can I afford it? Yes. Do I want to pay it? No, it's the principle. Yeah, I was going to be like, oh, fuck it, I'll go with the fucking piece of pissy one, but you know what, fine, I'll just find out what the actual fucking parts are. Interestingly, item description, contents, 4 square belts. Deck Tech sell belts. They're uniform and they're square. Uniform. Wow, look, they're so square. I hate you. The thing is, at this point, it could literally just be the motor. This is part of the problem. Like, it could just be the motor being a bit fucked. That'd be a stupid question, but why not try elastic bands? These are just elastic bands. That's what they are. They are literally just elastic bands of different fucking widths. That's all they are. I have a big pile of them of different sizes. Like, that is literally what they are. These are higher tensile strength elastic bands is what they are. And they're black for whatever reason. They're stickier than elastic bands. They have better kind of grippiness. And these are square. But like, as I say, elastic bands, I need something of the right thickness and stuff. And elastic bands are flat. They're flat belts. They're not. I need a square belt or a round belt. The flat belt wouldn't work. Yeah, I do think it might just be the size of the belt.
Try to do it, please. They got this Rasputin, had lots of hidden charm. Though he was a brute, they just fell into his arms. Then one night, some men of fire standing, set a trap they not to blame. Come to visit, as they kept demanding, and he really came.
See, look. Quiet. You can just about see on camera. It's more visible in person, but like, I'm trying to do the best I can. You can see here. See how that belt's going wobble back and forth. This belt's perfectly stable. This belt on here, going around this bit, is correct. Clearly, it is nice and stable. It's running. This thing is perfectly stable. This is wobbling a bit, and the belt's wobbling a bit. Look at that. Wobble. Which is the problem. And that's clearly what's causing the wobble on playback. Thickness? I mean, maybe? Because, yeah, the wobble is the belt. Like, the belt's causing the wobble. It's not the motor. I can see the wobble. Wobble's always the belt. It's always the belt. Wobble wouldn't be caused by the motor. I mean, the motors are a bit fucked. Well, actually, I say wobble could be caused by the motor. There could be like a bit of the motor that's, for example, sticking internally, and it goes stick, 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 and it goes whoa, 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 and that causes a wobble. Admittedly, even then. You can just see it wobbling. You can feel it wobbling. Look at that. Yeah, the wobble isn't too with the belt. Yeah, it must be the belt. And honestly, it's why I'm being a bit more finicky about it, because it's the belt. Because it must be the belt. It's my problem. It's a problem I caused. It's a problem I can then potentially fix. I don't know if the belt, like... Is it how I've attached the belt, maybe? Because, like... Because obviously you can twist it. It can be twisted like that. Oh, I'm like, look! Like this! And my finger's covering it. Thank you. Close-up cam. So, like, you can physically twist the belt around, and maybe it's just twisted slightly. Maybe I just need to make sure it's perfectly aligned. It's not perfectly aligned. Like, I did not know they did a fucking Bob Marley cover. Jesus. I need all those boys, please. Thank you. It looks like it actually might be. Hang on. That's still wobbling. Okay, suggestions. Well, welcome. Oh my god, I didn't know Boney M did that fucking... Wait, is this on this album? No! Damn it! God, I'm gonna have to buy another fucking cassette. The album that I've got open on iTunes is just like the best of Boney M, right? I didn't realise, I mean, it makes sense, but the... This is just a song that I just remember distinctly from Limmy's show. I mean, I've heard it before, obviously. It's not... I didn't hear it from Limmy's show, but it's a song that I entirely associate with Limmy's show. Hooray, hooray, it's a holly holiday. Hooray, hooray, it's a holly. I've got smaller belts. Yeah, I can try a smaller belt. Probably quite tight on there, though. Might be too tight. Actually, saying that. No, I don't think it is too tight. This belt, man. It's the awkward... It has to be the fucking awkward one to get in and out as well, isn't it? So awkward to get in and out of, don't you know? Right. I mean, that's the size of the belt I'm using. Oh, I have a slightly smaller belt. I'm trying a slightly smaller belt. Again, I don't know if it being smaller will be worse or better. It's a holly, holly day. Oh, it's a holly, holly day. Just imagine they're your pals. Just imagine they're your pals. And now the laughter doesn't hurt your ears. It's like music to your ears because they're your pals. Sorry, mate. It's a private party. Aye, officer. It's an absolute racket, and I can smell hash and all. I can't do a Glaswegian accent. Soundbite will come and get me. Point is, that's the one I reckon it's... I wasn't pretty sure it was used as a ringtone in an episode of Let Me Show as well. Well, to be clear, if you watch Let Me Show on Netflix, or I don't know if it's still on Netflix, but if you watch it on Netflix, it's the remastered version. I'm using remaster, it's the HD version. And the HD version of Let Me Show, because they didn't have the licenses to a load of songs when they were doing the remaster, it's missing a few sketches, and some of the sketches are changed. Because any sketch that uses a song, a licensed song, suddenly can't use the licensed song. So some sketches just remove the license, just change the licensed song to something that is not licensed, and some sketches are removed entirely. So I recommend, if you want to watch Let Me Show and be a purist about it, which you should be, because Let Me Show is wonderful, is buy it on iTunes, because that is the non-HD version, and that's the one with all the original skits. You get more skits, and they're better. Because there's one with a whole inappropriate ringtone. There's even a few that are just purely him dancing to a song, and they're just removed. I'm pretty sure there's one where he's just dancing in an Upward Shitty Limits and he's dressed as Tina Turner. And it's just missing. I literally opened YouTube, and the third video on my recommended page is a Lemmy Show video. Lemmy ringtone. I love Lemmy Show. Absolutely love Lemmy Show. Season 1, 3 is an iPlayer, but is it the HD version or is it the normal version? That's the question. I don't know what version that is. I don't know if it's the HD version or not. I can't find the... I can't remember what the sketch was called. Like, even the Adventure Call theme music's different. On the Netflix version. So that's a massive random purism of fucking Lemmy Show thing, which is a weird rabbit hole to go down here, but you know, here we are. This one's harder to get on the right fucking... I like that I position the camera and be like, oh, you'll be able to see what I'm doing, and then I immediately go like this. Like, oh yeah, you see what I'm doing here? Right, you see, if you look really close, right, you can see I'm just maneuvering this thing into place, and oh my god, I've discovered the meaning of life. Look how beautiful the meaning of life is, everyone. Can you see it? I can see it. Clear as day. It's like just under where my hand is. It's beautiful. Oh my god, we'll never experience this again as humans. Oh, it's gone. If it's an iPlayer, it's most likely HD. Let me sign to Netflix. I got Netflix back the other day. Begrudgingly, to be clear. I do not like Netflix. However, there are some shows that are only on Netflix. Like, at all. Like, I even checked if, like, Kentaro, the Sweet Tooth Salaryman, which is what literally comes up when I open fucking Netflix, because it's the thing I got it back to rewatch, is not available anywhere. Shut up. Yeah, thank you, Kentaro. Thank you. It's not available anywhere. You can't, literally, you can't even pirate it. I have not been able to find it anywhere. Right. Limmy. Is it on? Limmy show isn't on Netflix anymore. Interesting. Still Games on fucking Netflix, though. Ooh, I didn't know Still Game was on Netflix. Ooh, I will go watch the shit out of Still Game. Fucking A, mate. Fucking Still Game. Ooh. iPlay looks very SD.
Oh no, that's very disappointing.
Still Game.
Quite kind-hearted, really. Remember he fitted those draft excluders to all the old pensioners' houses,
Indeed he did, aye. Free of charge. Built Isa's kitchen for nothing more than a cup of tea and a thank you.
He never really stole any time off anybody.
That's music comedy. I've not seen all of it. I keep meaning to, but I just didn't know it was on iTunes. But it's probably been on Netflix for ages, and I've never noticed. This is twisted as well. The thing is, the twist should probably work itself out as it spins. Hey! Right. It's still wobbling. You can see it's wobbling. Actually, you can't on camera, but I can see it's fucking wobbling. Might even be worse. That sounds like it might be worse. Yeah, it's this that's wobbling, and you can see the belt's wobbling. Wobble. It sounds slower. Well, move to the next song. We'll test it with our now useful 120 beats a minute reference song. Who thought Rasputin would finally come in useful? Is the pulley wobbling? Maybe? Rasputin, bam, bam.
There was a cat that really was gone. Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. It was a shame how he carried on.
Bit fast. Bit fast.
Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. There was a cat that really was gone. Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine.
his drinking and lusting and his hunger for power became known to more and more people. The demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
Hey, 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 hey. That's close enough. For the time being. Yeah, it might be. I think it's the belt thickness or something, which is annoying. Ugh. I don't want to pay 15 quid for 3 bits of rubber from Portugal. I don't want to. No. I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I just don't want to. On the pictures, it's showing new rollers and stuff as well, though. It's weird when I look at the image right on the thing. It's just that. Oh my god, it's my face. It's just that. But then when you go to the full description, it goes to their website and they've got they're showing a fucking there's a roller there. Well, there's many problems with old tech. It's one of them. Let's see, I'm getting a cleaner. I've got a tape head cleaner coming, which cleans the belts and stuff like that. Now I could do that myself, but I've avoided doing that myself just 'cause it's a little bit of a fanning on. I think they got other products to sell. Can they just sell a fucking? I don't even need a tape in to play it. It must be the tape. There must be the head. Not the head. The has to be the belt. Has to be the belt. It's very annoying. Oh, there's this thing possibility if I buy that fucking kit off this random fucking dude. If they're selling a specific belt kit for this very specific tape deck, it must be the right fucking ones. You had this tape deck. This is the thing. The problem is though, any tape deck of this age, the fact is the belts will have worn out. But I do not think there is a one of these that could possibly exist with the original belts in it that are fine. I found a couple of places selling turntable belts for it from Italy. Ooh, someone's got the operations instructions manual. Only £15 for a piece of paper. Someone's got one for spares and repairs here. I don't really need a second one. Interesting. There's another one available, basically the same as mine. Is it from the same seller? No. It's from a different seller who's basically got the exact same thing. Basically the same description. Turntable clicks and makes a sound if it's doing something. Tape decks wear and whine, but they don't turn the cassette. Interesting. Also, it's more expensive. Do I have the still? Do I still have the old worn belts to compare them? No. The belts were not worn. They were gone. They had completely gone. Like, I cannot. The VOD might still be up, right? From this belt, I was able to take them off, and it was just this vague string of kind of looked like cooked pasta, and I put it down, it just smeared. It smeared all over the fucking desk. A tiny bit of it fell on the fucking floor, and I had to clean my entire fucking floor, because it's rubber everywhere. Then on this other one over here, there wasn't any belt left to pull off. It was just goo, which is... And it's still on there, which is why I'm going to... Actually, I'm going to turn it and clean out the one now, because I feel like... exhausted the sort of... things I can do with this tape deck with the current belts. Knowing the belts are in the right place, I just don't have the right belt, is both good and annoying. Yeah, it's slightly annoying. Didn't want to have to spend more money on this thing. And I don't really like doing the sunk cost fallacy thing, because half my point with this was, I'm like, oh, for £25, that's a bargain. But obviously, if I have to spend another fucking £40 repairing it, then I could have bought a whole player like this for £70 instead. You know, that would have been way nicer. So the idea of me spending a bunch of money on it for stuff is kind of not really something I want to do. Let's remove this other fucking thing again. Actually... Do we even need to remove that already? Actually, that's a question. Oh, I don't know. What's up, thought? You can see, or you maybe can see. You can literally see. Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! Hang on a second. I'll unplug this camera because it's fucking... I've managed to move it around so much it's basically almost entirely untwisted from the base. So I'm just going to unplug it and retighten it. There we go. There we go. You're a good boy. Right. Come on. You plug back in now. Come on. Anytime. Anytime. Anytime? Alright. What are the rollers looking like? Fine? Bit dirty, but fine. I mean, they wouldn't be causing the wobble. Alright, okay, that camera's just that now. Great. That's great. Cool. Sick. Gnarly bro. Let's go back to this one. Studio mode, desk side. Let's re-add it. Fucking OBS is so fucking shit with webcams. Like, honest to fucking god. Oh, there we go. I have to like kick it. I basically have to kick it to be like, hey, it's here, and it goes, oh no, there it is. It's fucking annoying. Let's just turn this off. Cool. Sideways. What? It woke back up and now it's went off again. Motherfucker! Oh my god. So annoying. It's so annoying. Why are you like this, OBS? OBS is really good, says everyone. They're wrong! They are wrong! It's not even activated. Can we do something? Literally anything. I'll take anything. Or you're just gonna be a little prick about it, eh? That's what we're gonna do. Is this what we're just doing today now, is it? Just being a little fanny and cunt. Right, okay, I'll just... See what I mean? The camera's there. I've had to add it new. It was upside down and set up incorrectly. Fuck's sake! Ah! Oh, right, I know. It's also Logitech's fault, because Logitech are big and smelly. Because Logitech are like, hey, you want to use the webcam? It's just like an old webcam. Hey, we've made software. I'm like, can you not make fucking software? And it's like, no, it's good. It does something completely unrelated. And I'm like, why? I don't want that. And it's like, but we've made it. Hey, do you want to do this thing that your camera does that it should be able to do based on system fucking preferences? I'm like, yeah. And it's like, you have to install the app. And I'm like, for fuck's sake. Fuck it, we'll just be up here. Right. It's both OBS and Logitech's fault simultaneously. Fine. Fine. That's what I get for fucking unplugging a thing. So, let's put music back on so it's not eerily quiet. Let's go with... Ooh, who do I fancy? Ooh, I fancy Ippy Dippy My Spaceshipy. You. Yeah, alright. Slightly chaotic. I mean... Alright, let's listen to 2006 Gwen Stefani. Fuck it. Hey, okay. I don't know if you can see. Like, literally, this is the new belt I've put on, right? And I've just touched it a bit, and there's just... Like, there's goo on the fucking new belt I've put on. Just because I didn't clean the goo off. Because that one had... To say this one had disintegrated would be an understatement. As I say. The other one was in bad nick, but fuck me. I don't know what the fuck they'd done to this one. But Christ. What if I try and fix the flutter and I end up making deck A better than deck B? Completely surprising everyone in the process, including myself. Thank you, Glenn. Ah! Fine. I was like, I don't want to remove this side thing because it's annoying to put back, but fuck me, it's in the way. Yeah, Gwen Stefani's a really good musician. Because I like No Doubt a lot. I mean, what's the song in this I really like? I mean, it's this. This is the one song in the album I like. Which is Peak 2006. Woo! No, that's the entire song, pretty much. Oh, it's also screwed into this fucking button. Ugh. It's the only song on the album that I like. It's weird because I like her music a lot. Oh, that's holding in that entire assembly. I don't want to fucking take that off. No. Good escape. Ah! That could be your favorite girl forever, perfectly together. Tell me, boy, I would not be sweet. That could be sweet. Don't act when you feel bad, girl. The Sweet Escape. Need you to get hurt forever. Ah, fuck it. I can't clean this unless this fucking bracket's removed, so. Jesus Christ. That screw was fucking tight. Well, there's the rest of the belt. Ugh. Well, yeah, found some leftover belt. Fucking hell. Disgusting. Let's put that right in the bin, because it's going to smear all over my fucking office if I don't. Right. Now I can fucking get to this fucking belt. Oh, there's goo all over the fucking tweezers! Create a place in my own world. I dare to be your favorite girl. Forever, perfectly together. Tell me, boy, I would not be sweet. That could be sweet. Could go right being a real bad. God, yeah, these fucking new belts I put on are just covered in gunk. Jesus. Horrible. Well, there's the headphone. Alright. Yeah, there's so much gunk on this. I mean, I imagine these will both have flutter, but it actually, once I get rid of the gunk and I turn the speed up on deck A, it might actually work. However, now I know that I can slow it down, and now I know how to make it sound like shit, so I can always just replicate it sounding like shit. If I could escape, I get a place in my own world. I dare could be your favorite girl. Forever, perfectly together. And tell me, boy, I would not be sweet. I find it really weird how she went from doing like really big ska to just like full on pop. Oh my god. I don't even know how I can clean this properly. I need like a fucking I need a coarse like toothbrush, but I need it in there. I need it in this little tiny gap, which you can't fucking see. Yeah, I tried to switch the other camera, forgetting it didn't exist. Yep. Damn! Oh. Fuck it. Sort of. It's not set up properly, but just to demonstrate what I'm trying to say, there's this little gap, but I can't fit the toothbrush through. Anyway. Because there's loads of gunk. There's so much gunk. Can you even see the amount of gunk? Okay, we're gonna... Okay, Gwen, we're just gonna... You know what? We're gonna put some No Doubt on because we want to remember the good times. I love No Doubt. Cotton Bud? Oh! A Cotton Bud! I forgot I owned those! The other day I was like, oh, I don't know where my Cotton Buds are, and I found them! Yeah. I think. Okay. I found them, but I put them somewhere. I don't know where I put them. Fuck! Found an iPod. Fuck it. Cotton Buds. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton bud box. Are you in my box of mystery? Ooh, are you in the box of mystery? Ah, fuck. Fine. The mystery box that's under my desk. It holds the mysteries, ooh, including all the explosive batteries and all of the disassembled phones, which I haven't sorted into anywhere. They're just in a big box. Like a big breakfast, but it's just a big box. Ow. Oh, there's my... Okay. It appears just some things fell out of my fell from the back of my desk or the side of my desk and just ended up underneath. First thing I found, which is not relevant to this, but relevant generally, my fucking electrical fucking tape that you use to stick. I was looking for this during the DS. That would have been useful. Goes in the tape pile, but also my cotton buds. Yeah, I'm not removing the tape deck from the front. It's not worth that to me. Tragic Kingdom. I fucking love Tragic Kingdom. I will say, interesting thing with this is how I've been thinking about the records and sort of the records and the tapes I want for this have been interesting because I've been kind of going like I love Tragic Kingdom as an album, right? It's one of my favorite albums. I love it. I would not get Tragic Kingdom for the tape deck or the record player. I wouldn't want it. It doesn't work for either of them. However, I have. Okay, got a slight admission here. You know how I was like, oh, I don't want to spend much on the tape deck. I don't want to spend much on this entire thing because I've already spent. I was like, oh, I've spent £20 on this. I don't want to spend any more. Anyway, so I spent £100 on a vinyl. Actually, that's incorrect. It was 150. To be clear, I have spent a lot of money on 2 records in my life, and that is the second one. The first one was it was this orb. Queen released. They did this like thing. I can't remember what year it was. Was it like 2006 or something? They released this kind of orb. It was like motherfucker. You know the orb the crown gets. You saw it if you watched the King's Coronation. You would have seen it. I mean, I didn't, but it's the orb they hold, the orb of destiny, or whatever the fuck. I don't know what it's called. It's an orb. Yeah. It's an orb. Whatever. It's just like an orb, right? Queen released a kind of. It was this like it was a discography collection of every album they'd ever made, and it was on this orb. And the top of the orb, you pull the orb, the like, little thing, the adornishment on the top of this big metal orb out, and it was a USB stick. And on the USB stick was both MP3 versions of everything from their discography, but also 24-bit FLAC files for every single album they've ever done. And that was the only way to get 24-bit FLAC files for Queen's albums. Not only that, but it came with like a bit of software you could run that had loads of behind-the-scenes photos and like just collections and stuff like that, and behind-the-scenes bits and bobs. And it came with some other collector's junk. It was just it was like a collector's edition for a game, but it was for a band. And I wanted it when it came out, but I couldn't afford it because it's really expensive. And a few years ago, I was like, oh wait, I'm an adult. I have money now. I can afford to buy things. And I went on Discogs, and I found someone selling it for like, I think it was like 130 or something. Oh, I just noticed my fucking watch face is all scratched up. How have I done that? I don't know. Yeah. And I found it was like 120 or something like that. It was unopened. It was new in box. And I was like, holy shit. Because that thing was more expensive than that when it was new. It was like a lot of money new. And I got it, and I was like, fuck yes. And it was sick. It's on display in my living room. And I ripped everything off it. It came with like software and everything. Unfortunately, some of the music was corrupted. And it wasn't like the seller's. Like, I messaged the seller and was like, hey, do you know anything about this? And he's like, no. But it wasn't the seller's fault, 'cause it was genuinely unopened. I was kind of annoyed. I was going to try and fix it, but then Apple Music got their lossless, and I could get 24-bit stuff on Apple Music anyway, so I didn't really bother. But I've got it all saved, and I like it. I always wanted it, and I love Queen. I love Queen. They're my favourite band. God, this is day. Yeah, notably, there's no rubber residue on the other roller, which shows there wasn't actually a thing on the other roller. And I got that. And admittedly, that's not an album. That is all of Queen's albums ever in a collector's edition thing. So, like, honestly, for that price, like, I do buy high bitrate music. Not regularly, but semi-occasionally. And they're expensive, right? You're usually paying 20, 30 quid an album. You know, and maybe like every month or two I'll treat myself to an album. That I really like. And I've been enjoying. And so getting like all of Queen's entire discography for that price in high like bitrate sort of FLAC was really good. Again, it was a nice collector's piece, right? But anyway, the thing I came up, if you want a collector's edition, so my favorite album of all time is George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. It was his first solo album after the Beatles split up, and it is stunning. It is stunning. It's this really big collection of work because when he was with Queen, when he was with the Beatles, there wasn't actually many George songs on Beatles albums. It was all just kind of John and Paul. And George is a fantastic songwriter. But, you know, the Beatles are George and Paul. No, not George and Paul. Paul and John. They were the songwriters. You know, Here Comes the Sun's a George one. Beautiful song. And of course, fucking Octopus's Garden is Ringo's. Yeah, Ringo got one eventually. Unfortunately. No, I don't hate Octopus's Garden. Still. Anyway, All Things Must Pass is just this big, it's almost, you can feel it, it feels like, it's quite a frustrated album. Because it's everything a lot of it's stuff he'd written over like decades. And hadn't used for the Beatles. So it's this big album of like frustration. It's this huge, it's a really long album. Like George Harrison's my favorite, everything. I love George Harrison. And a couple of years ago, it wasn't very long ago, they released an anniversary edition of All Things Must Pass. It's a remastered anniversary edition of All Things Must Pass with loads of like demo pieces and stuff on, and I was like, oh shit. And with it, they released a I should use my angled ones. They released a vinyl special edition with it, and it's this huge thing. It comes with like an art book, and it comes with 8 LPs, including loads of demos. And I saw it at the time, and I was like, oh god, I want that. Just because it's my favorite album ever, you know. And I was like, I don't have a record player. I mean, they did a CD one, but I'm like, I feel like the CD one. I'm always a bit air about buying CDs, just because, practically speaking, I can get it's a file. It's a digital file. I can get a digital file without the CD, but there's something about obviously a tape or a record, which, because it's analog, and again, analog I think is worse than digital in most respects, but at least because it's analog, it's unique. And I kind of ummed and ahed about it. It was a really expensive record. It was a really expensive record, and I ummed and ahed about it for ages, and I ended up not bothering in it. But I've got this record player, and I've started listening to records on it. I'm really enjoying it. And I thought about, well, what albums do I want? And I went, okay, two of my favourite ever albums are, well, it's All Things Must Pass, and also 1111 by Regina Spektor, which, coincidentally, at around the same time All Things Must Pass got a re-release and a remaster, so did 1111 on vinyl. And I was like, oh, you know what, right, for like a display piece or something. Something like, because, you know, I love those albums, and I will play them to death, and I love them forever. Because I haven't really looked for specific albums on, like, vinyl, or, like, there was, like, there was a couple of specific songs, like, I got, I can never remember what the fucking song's called. Fight the Power! You know, the fucking song. That is in, the excellent Spike Lee film. And there's a character that walked around in that film who is just constantly playing that on a boombox, on tape. I just like, oh yes, I want that on tape. I got that album on tape. I got that album on tape. And you know, I want what's it called? I can't remember the fucking album. It's NWA's first album. I want that on cassette. And I also we're gonna Treasure Kingdom, thank you. This is a massive tangent from the thing I was originally talking about. Oh god, fuck me. Oh my god, lost my train of thought. Yes, I want Biggie's. Not Life After Death. Maybe is it Life After Death? Fuck, which one has Hypnotize on it? Sorry, I'm not home right now, walking in this spider web. So you... Life After Death. I want Life After Death. Life After Death I want on cassette. Like, I want a lot of this era stuff on cassette. I think it'd be fun. Yeah, I want that on cassette, but unfortunately, it seems NWA and that Biggie album only seem to get released in the States on cassette. I can't find a UK release for it, even on Discogs and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck? So all the fucking versions of that album are like, oh hey, imported from America, it's gonna cost you 70 quid, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to spend 70 quid on a fucking cassette. And with 1111 and All Things Must Pass, I was umming and ahhing about them. I mean, Ella and Louie is another one that I really love, but I'd say that was the one I saw for 60 quid in HMV, and I'm like, I don't... Whatever. But I went on, I was looking at Discogs, I was looking at All Things Must Pass, and I was like, and then I went on Amazon, and Amazon had it new. Still, I still have some stock of it new. And it was like 130 or something, and I went, that's really expensive. And I'm looking at it, and like, it's a big art book, and it's like 8 LPs, and it's this big display piece, and it comes in this big, nice display box and everything. And it's this big thing. It's not just the records, right? And I'm like, you know what? It is my favorite ever album. And has been for like over a decade. So I want to see that changing. And I was like, you know what? Right? I didn't spend any money on the fucking player, really. So fuck it. I mean, 1111 was like a tenner. It's just the normal version of 1111, but still. Yeah. So those albums work. Because All Things Must Pass is kind of bluesy, folky, sort of. And 1111 is very jazzy. It's a very jazzy, sort of bluesy album. Jazzy, soul-y blues. And yeah, for records, I want jazzy, soul-y blues and classical. Jazz, soul, blues, and classical. And for tapes, I want funk and disco and rap. They're what I'm doing with both of them. They are the things I want with each thing. But so, an album like this, for rock... I mean, this is a pop album. That iTunes says it's a pop album, which I would not call this a pop album. It's a rock album. Alternative. Ska, I guess, maybe? Sort of. No doubt a bit scary. Point is, I wouldn't get this album on vinyl or cassette. I don't really think... It doesn't really fit the vibe, you know? I like how clear it sounds digitally. I like how clear Biggie sounds digitally as well, but like there's just something about it I don't think I would appreciate the vibe of on cassette or Yeah, I can't fully clean this. I mean, I've cleaned a lot of it, but my phone call. Who calls? Where's my other brush? There's my other brush. You know what I might do, actually? So, I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to play this. Hold the brush on while it's spinning. Oh! Oh, that just revealed something, which is interesting. Fast forward, rewind, and play don't change the speed of the motor. The motor runs at a consistent speed. It just is. They're just geared. That's all it's doing. That's what this is. What this is. It's a gear. That's what that middle wheel is. It's a gear. It's like a. It's and that's what I can see inside. You can see some gears in the back, and that's what it's doing. Because that is always just running at the same speed in the same direction all the time. That's interesting. Right. That's helped. It's not fixed it, but it's helped. And then there's this one, which isn't quite as bad, but not great. But I can get to that with a toothbrush. I mean, I got a bunch of blues and jazz stuff on vinyl. So there's only a few albums I bought specifically. I bought an Ella Fitzgerald album. I bought the Ink Spots because I feel like playing the Ink Spots on a record player is, you know, also appreciated in a modern sense as well because, you know, we all like Fallout here, don't we? Sorry, I'm not home right now, walking in the spider webs. Fucking good album. Oh, fuck! Oh! Yep! Oof. That was a shock. That's gonna happen eventually, wasn't it? Yeah. Only a little one. California invasion. Yes. Be careful not to rest your hand on the fucking live power. Because on this side, that wire is live. Be careful, Matt, of the live wire you're putting your hand next to, you big ploob. Yeah, there we go. Let's clean as best I can clean it. I did forget it was plugged in, admittedly. Right, so, clean that up. Right. Ooh, hand's a little tingly. Oh. More Prosecco. So, that tape deck, 3-tep power. Okay. Let's clean these belts up again because these were new and they're covered in gunk. Just gonna spray them with fucking kerosene. I want to avoid using alcohol on them because if I use alcohol on them, alcohol can pull out the moisture from rubber and you don't want to do that because it can dry it out too much. We'll avoid doing that. Yeah. Scrub. Actually, do I have... If I have another belt of that size, I'll just fucking replace the belt again. Fuck it, it'll be quicker. No, that's the middle size. I think it only came with two of each size. Annoyingly. That's the right. That's the right size. Okay, fuck that one. This little one. It'll be easier for me to just literally just replace it rather than. Yeah, that'll do. Wait, which one's shit? Shit, I got them mixed up. That one's new. Right, let's just replace. Yeah, we just fuck it. Replace the belts again. I don't believe in me. Not really. I'm not going to adjust the speed on it using fucking Rasputin as the as our reference because we know it's at 120 beats per minute, which is a nice round number. And also, fuck it, novelty in it. Right. I'm actually going to turn power off again. I'll probably belt off. Because, yeah, because this is all live, where it's plugged in. Like, none of the rest of it's got power, but this bit next to exactly where I'm working is live, so I'm trying to avoid that. Don't want to get a little shock again. It's only a little shock. But, I like to avoid it, obviously. Oh no, it's the inside belt I need to do first. Cool. I'm going to put the belts on. And then we're going to refix the timing on it. And it's going to be a wobble, but I can keep the timing on this to be slow if I want it to be the novelty one. But it's possible this actually might sound better than the original one, which would be fucking funny. So please excuse me, mister, I've got things all wrong. You're making me sick of crying. So please excuse me, mister, I've got you. It's this little geared bit out of the way. Fucking piss, cunt, fucker, piss, fucker! Grab, pull, grab, hold. You cunt. Yeah, the problem with these needle noses is that the only things that can fit through the gap, but they're not quite grabby enough to hold this entire bit of rubber. Oh, that's why there's a fucking bit of metal in the way. Which you can't see because the camera's fucking fannied on, but fuck it. There we go. I'm gonna take this. There we go, for the most part. Excellent fucking song. Honestly, right, Captain Marvel. Right, a lot of people don't like Captain Marvel. I like Captain Marvel. I like the show, I like Brie Larson. I like the film, I like Brie Larson. Frankly, the best bit of the fucking film was the soundtrack. The absolutely spectacular fucking soundtrack. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. That was the one I was supposed to put in second. Fuck it, I put that. Ugh, idiot. Cause I'm just a girl, help me. Like choreographing an entire fight scene to No Doubts I'm Just a Girl. Mwah. 10 out of 10, no notes. That feels too big. think they had the Cars in there as well. It's a lot of fucking. It was a lot of 90s female-led grunge bands, which I'm fucking into. I think a lot of the people annoyed at Captain Marvel were very much sexist as well. Could you imagine? In the comic book world, I mean, that's not to discount any valid criticisms of Captain Marvel, because there are quite a few, but a lot of the criticisms that came out against Captain Marvel were like, you don't like Brie Larson, she's a woman and she doesn't like me for being a little sexist cunt. Like, yeah, and I wonder why. On. That's on. All right, plug it back in. Turn it around. So in the speed controls. Whatever. You can tell this desk setup isn't really made for something of this size. Where things just fall off the desk constantly and are all over the place. Right. Quiet! Thank you. Rasputin, where are you? Rasputin. Right. Did I plug it back in? No, I didn't, because the plug's here. Then I have to put a new plug on it, which will take me like 2 seconds. It's just some screws. Hey. There we go. Right. Power, right? Tape, play. Dun, 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 dun.
But when his drinking and lusting and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder
That's right.
and louder.
Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum. Oh, close enough. Yeah, that's right. Oh, close enough. Still wobbling, but they're both wobbling the same now. Like, just do they sound the same? Let's check B. No, Decade's definitely still worse.
Though he was a brute, they just fell into his arms. Then one night, some men of higher standing set a trap they not to them. Come to visit
Deck B sounds fast. It is fast. Fucking. I feel like the line "Oh, those Russians" is quite appropriate for our modern time. Well, admittedly, a lot of people have been using it to justify racism against Russian people, which is fucking unacceptable.
He was such a lovely dear. He could preach the Bible like a preacher, full of ecstasy and fire. But he also was a kind of teacher, even would desire. Rah, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. There was a cat that really was gone. Rah, Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. It was a shame how he carried on.
They're still falling out.
But when his drinking and lusting and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
Is this what you want to spend your evenings doing, everyone? Watching a man very slowly and methodically change the speed in the motor of an old cassette player so we can get it in 120 times beat per minute on Rasputin using the song as reference? Is that the... Bam, 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 bam. Wow. Rewind up the metronome. So I can... the Russian queen.
They put some poison into his wine. Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. He drank it all and said that goodbye. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. They didn't quit, they wanted his head. Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. And so they shot him till he was dead.
Damn it. Rasputin's not long enough. Hilariously. Right. Make sure my metronome's set up correctly, because it wasn't. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen.
There was a cat that really was gone. Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. It was a shame how he carried on.
Hey, 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 hey. That's right. That's right, right. That's right, so... Bum, 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 bum. Rasputin. Huh. They sound different. They sound like they're at slightly different speeds, if I'm honest. They still sound like they sound slightly off somehow. But deck A sounds cleaner. Oddly. Expected. Alright.
But when his drinking and lust and his hunger for power became known to more and
Done.
more people. The demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
Okay. Do you think, chat? Do you think either one of them sounds better than the other now? Deck B.
Declared his enemies.
But the ladies beg, don't you try to do it, please.
In Atlas Rasputin had lots of hidden charm.
Though he was a brute, they just fell into his arms. Then one night, some men of higher standing set a trap, they're not to blame.
Back to deck B.
Come to visit.
There are different speeds somehow still. B sounds faster, but you say A is slower than B, really? It sounds faster. Okay, my brain's went. I can't tell if it's slow or fast anymore. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna deal with that in a second. I'm gonna while my brain resets itself. They kind of blurred together there. Well, that fixed itself. Let's fucking do the plug. Let's do the plug. Need to do the plug either way. Might as well do the plug now. It's annoying that they're both wobbly. I'm fine with one being wobbly. I don't want fucking both to be wobbly because that's a fucking dick move. Wobble boy. Wobble boy. Wobble boy? It's me, Wobble boy. Yeah, I want The thing is, now I know how to make it wobbly, I can purposely make deck A wobbly now. Oh, wonderful, I did get the right plug. I did. Is it 13 amp? I hope it's 13 amp, I didn't check. Look how old this, look how old that's the hard disgusting plug. Absolutely disgusting. And the cable's a bit too small as well, but fuck it. I'd rather a modern plug with the fucking actual modern features on it. Doesn't feel like it's gonna fall apart every 5 seconds. Right. And this new plug has Phillips heads. Wow. A Phillips head in this economy? Ow. Where did I put my other screw head? Oh, I've lost it. Oh, I have. Oh my god, how do I constantly do that? I literally will grab something, put it down, and then a second later it's gone. What? Sometimes I worry I have ADHD. I don't think I do, but... I probably mildly neurodivergent somewhere. Well, that's gone forever. Oh no, it's under... Obviously, it's underneath. Oh, that's what... Hey, that was my fault then. It got magnetized underneath the case of my screwdriver, and even when I picked the screwdriver up, it was like, oh no, it doesn't exist, because it was underneath it. Oh my god. Oh my god, screws. Oh my god, fine. Fine, I'll use a manual screwdriver like a fucking pleb. What am I, poor? Jesus Christ, those screws are in tight. You'd think they wouldn't screw them in so tight when they're shipping it to you with the intent that you'll unscrew it. I think they'd... Hell, I'm surprised they didn't just send the screws separately. You know, just... Here's the fucking thing. Disassembled. Assemble it when you're ready, because you have to disassemble it anyway, because it's a fucking plug! I'm just gonna plug it into the wall as it is, am I? Fucking hell. Right. There's the plug. Both plugs don't use ground. Oh, look how old that plug is. Oh, look how old that plug is. Oh, that's an old fucking plug. Look how old that plug is. Oh. Yeah, use manual. Go. Yeah, it's a fucking old looking plug, isn't it? Jesus. And they've... Yeah, look, on this plug, the brown, because that's how you'll feel if you touch it, is weirdly... Oh. It's interesting. It's a weird construction. It's got a washer in it. Oh. It's a washer with a loop. That's interesting. I've seen that before. Get the fuse out. Yeah, it's like it's got a screw that holds it down, and it's got another, and then it's got a washer It wraps around a threaded sort of bolt, and then that's strange. Not seen a plug like that before. Well, admittedly, I obviously haven't worked on any plugs from 1980 because I wasn't born then. Even Dan and Rebecca weren't born when this fucking thing was fucking manufactured. Well, they just weren't born. Fucking 89 babies and the fucking... Oh, look at me, I'm the last 80s baby. Fuck off. Fucking attitude coming over here. I'll take my place as a fucking middling 90s baby, thank you very much. Right. Right, modern plug, modern plug, modern plug. Oh, they've tinned the wire and everything. Whoever wired this cunt wired it with some level of professionalism, sort of. But modern machining means we don't have to do all that nonsense. We can just thread the plug, we can just thread it right through. And I have to cut that. Cut that wire! Cut. Wow. Old copper. How old is the copper? It's old. Why is she old copper? Way! Old Rosa. That's what we called them back in the day. This is an interesting plug in that literally I can just take the fucking one of the pins out. That's strange. It's unusual, but whatever. Alright, and then we want to wire that into there. Again, I might want to pre-cut that because I can't access this one as cleanly as the other one. At least I don't have to remove the fuse to get to this one. Yeah, it's really weird. I just... Alright. Oh, that's redundant. Oh. Yeah. Strange. Well, I've just not seen that before. I don't want to just casually remove them. Don't know how secure that makes it, but okay. Ow. Fuck. No doubt back on, please. Thank you. One just to go. Come on! There we go. Jesus Christ. Let's thread this one. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, alright. Fine. Throw that wire through there like that. It doesn't need to be tinned. Can we smooth that out? Cute. I could change the entire wire. I did debate doing that, but it's soldered to the power board in the amp in the hi-fi, and I don't really think it's worth it. I can't be bothered. The cable's fine. It was dirty, but might change my mind in the future. But if I do, it's no harder than what I'm doing right now, so I just can. Thankfully, you don't have to follow normal plug rules in this context, because I'm just replacing the existing thing. You know, are you happy now? Tell me, wow, are you happy now? Actually, maybe I do want to change the plug slightly. Ah! This plug is fucking awkward. The reviews on Amazon said it was good. I was looking at all these plugs on Amazon because I can go to fucking B&Q. But every one of these fucking things, all the reviews were like, "Oh, it's really good," and then one guy would be like, "It blew up! It melted!" And I'm like, okay. If it melted, I'm gonna be honest. I don't blame the plug for that. The plug is a bit of plastic and some bits of metal. Like, if it melted, it's probably because of something you did, mate. Like, it would have only melted if there was arcing. And there's only going to be arcing if you've not wired it in right. There's nothing about this would arc by default. Plasma melting does not occur under normal circumstances. Jonathan from fucking Norwich. Wasn't his name, but I like to think it was. Okay. Cord grip. Screw it back together, make sure it's fine and safe, and pulling on the cord doesn't just pull the whole thing out, preferably. The cord grip is as tight as possible, right? Just not a huge fan of the actual. Just not a huge fan of the grip. The cord's not very, because the cord's not very thick. There's just this huge hole, which is kind of loose in. Doesn't look like it's flush. Hey, my name is James is. No. Approved by the BSI. The British Standards Institute. Oh, probably might be what it means, actually. Right. It's got some important markings on that for the plug and the plug, but I wired the plug exactly like it was before, so it's, in theory, foolproof. Plug it back in. What? Hey Siri, stop. What the fuck? What? Hey Siri, stop. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! Right. That's plugged back in with the new plug. Does it power on? Yes. Does it work? Yes. Wonderful. Right, let's try this again. Day. Rah, rah, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. Slow. can't believe how many times I've around fucking Rasputin by fucking Boney M. I got this for the meme. I got it as a joke, a jape, as it were. Go back to the start. Hey, 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 hey. You can watch it go out of sync.
He was big and strong, in his eyes a flaming glow.
Look at him, the terror and the fear.
But to us slow chicks, he was such a lovely dear. He could preach the Bible like a preacher, full of ecstasy and fire. But he also was a kind of teacher, he never would desire. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen, there was a cat that really was gone. Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. It was a shame how he carried on. But the cars that jumped, he danced really wunderbar. But he was real great when he had a girl to squeeze. For the queen, he was a real appealer, though she heard the Dixie gun. She believed he was a holy leader who would give a son. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen, there was a cat that really was gone. Rasputin, Russia's greatest love machine. It was a shame how he carried on.
But when his drinking and lusting and his hunger for power became known to more and more, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
But the ladies begged, don't you try to do it, please. Though he was a brute, they just fell into his arms. Then one night some men of higher standing set a trap there not to blame. Some to visit as they kept demanding, and he really came. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen, they put some poison into his wine.
Yeah, the problem is with this is that it's kind of getting on and it's slowly sinking off. And the problem I'm having is listening to both of them at the same time. It's hard to tell if it's fast or it's rushing or dragging, to use the whiplash terminology. I need to get my brain's not there. Normally I can tell, but my brain's like not. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Baba Rasputin, leader of the Russian. Oh, fuck, but. Dun 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 little dun 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 little dun 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 little dun 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 little dun 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 dun. It's slow. Oh my god, how have we... Oh my god, this fucking song. Is it the Prosecco? No, I don't think so. It's just... doing two rhythms at once is difficult. I mean, it's one of the more difficult bits about doing kind of classical guitar or like piano is keeping like multiple rhythms going at the same time. Bum 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 ba da ba 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 ba. Rah Rasputin, always not the Russian queen. Slower. Oh. Huh. The high setting doesn't do anything on this one.
But when his drinking and lusting and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrage became louder and louder.
Fast. I'm going mad. I feel like at the end of the day, all I'm trying to do, I think they're both close. Like they're both close enough for my like listening tastes. But the thing I'm trying to do here is sync them so the speeds on them are the same. That's the thing. I'm trying to get A and B to sound the same. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, B slightly faster than A. That's what's happening here. Oof. I mean, they're still both wobbly, but... Something I'm noticing, switching between both of these, is A sounds clearer. It's wobblier, but it sounds clearer. Let's clean... Okay, oh. Let's clean using a... Where the fuck did I put my Q-boys? 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 Yeah, Q-boys, Q-boys. Where the fuck? What the fuck? How do I... What? Oh my god, why are they on the floor? I'm thinking it might just be the heads at this point. Like, the specific head cleaner I've got's coming tomorrow, but, I might just try and clean them up a bit now. I mean, the rest is the fucking belts is the problem. Which is very annoying. Very annoying. Like, the belts are the one thing I thought I'd kind of was fine with, but it is just... Like, that is what's going wrong with it. It's the belts. Which is so fucking annoying. Just clean the roller up a bit. Right. I mean, I'm getting some good gunk off both of them. There's enough smokers probably in a smoker's house for years. I think the dedicated head cleaner will probably do a better job here, but I mean, looking at the inside of them, B is dirtier than A. I was wondering what deck might have been used more. You know? What deck did the owner use the most? That's the real fucking question there, isn't it? Try it. Try. Yeah, B is dirtier in a lot of ways. So many different ways. Right. Clean those heads. Got a bit of silicone oil into the gearing system of A. I added a bit into B earlier. Just a... Oh. There's a crack on one of the plastic tape sort of wheel heads on A. Oh, hello. Just seen an area where there's supposed to be grease. Anywhere there was supposed to be grease, I'm going to put some silicone oil. Is the plan currently. Right. bit of lubricant, gives that a bit of lubricant. Right. Let's see how she sounds now. Wobbly. Why the fuck? What's happened here is I went in to fix B, and apparently what I've done is I've made A sound better than B, and B either sounds as it did or worse. How the fuck have I done that? Like, they're both wobbly. Arguably about the same, but like B sounds different. I mean, it's clearer. It's like distinctly clearer. That's strange. I mean, playhead A is cleaner than playhead B. I mean, even after I've cleaned it, playhead B looks a bit smelly. Let's go in a bit more. I'm not really sure what I'm using. I'm using, should I be using? Isopropyl. Isopropyl is never a bad thing. No. Except when it is. Well, isopropyl, oh, you can do it. There we go. Gunky. It's like this brown gunk. Which isn't present on A. Even the rollers on B have a bit of this sort of browny gunk on. Still coming off as I'm rubbing. Strange. Very strange. Very strange. I'm not trying to clean the whole head, just the contact point. Be careful not to damage the head, obviously. Yeah, A is way cleaner than B. So much cleaner than B. I'm going to try a bit of kerosene, actually. I'll clean it off with isopropyl in a second, but I'm going to just try to see if I can get any of the gunk off with it. I don't know if it's corrosion. It could be corrosion even. I don't know. Strange. Very strange. Very strange. Tapes, man. Tapes. As I say, I'm not trying to make them sound good, because they're tapes. They will always sound a bit shit. Like when I'm listening, I'm not going, oh, it sounds bad. It's obviously going to sound bad. It's a tape. It's more, I want it to be like bearably bad, rather than unbearably bad, which is it kind of currently is. Like the way that that wobble, it's kind of funny for a bit, but when I tried listening to a whole album, it was just fucking unbearable, honestly. It was too fucking much. I couldn't deal with it. Just, the more I scrub B, the more just dirt comes off it. Let's try again. Wobble, wobble, wobble. The right side. No. That's A's still more wobbly. always sound faster than A?
My surprise.
Bum 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 force dun 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 dun. Yeah, I think I need new belts. That's what I need. I need different belts.
For sale. Advertising young love.
The head on A sounds better, but the wobble on B sounds better. So slightly evened them out, really, haven't I? That's really annoying. And less progress than I was hoping to make today, because I feel like I haven't really progressed in any way, shape, or form. I'm just gonna. Well, I can play both decks at once. I don't know why I'm not. Wait, what happens if I have a tape in both decks and I play them both at once? Will it just... Let's put Disco Erotica in. Deck B. B just gets prioritized. That's kind of fun, though. See what I mean? It is kind of novel. The wobble. Like it's novel. And on an album like this, you don't even really notice it on an album like this because the like, that sounds really good. I mean, Pulse is my benchmark, admittedly. It's still got the wobble, it's there. You can hear it there. You can hear it on that bit of synth there, but like... That perfect dance. Because like the actual track... It's got a bit of that it's got a bit of what do you call it? It wouldn't be a chorus pedal. It's like a it's got a bit of vibrato on. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. There we go, same point in the song. Like, that sounds fine. That sounds good. Like, when you listen to it next to that fucking digital version, that lossless digital version I've got, obviously the lossless digital version does sound better, but this sounds fine. Yeah, the A sounds nicer. I like A better now. It's wobblier, but... Get a sticker off this. Hideous, you're rocking Greg's beautiful fucking guitar. For reference, by the way, if you don't know Greg, so arguably he's one of the most influential musicians you might not have heard of. So he did Thriller. The Michael Jackson song. He's the keyboardist of Thriller. He came up with the Thriller lick. That's him. He's playing that. That's him. Sick. He also has this song, Behind the Mask, which Eric Clapton covered, much to bigger fame. Come on, anytime. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Which also, Eric Clapton's version. And then... Oh... Great fucking song, but then... Obviously... There's a Michael Jackson version. Greg, he's a wonderful songwriter, Greg. And then arguably, my favourite song he's ever done is, one of my favourite songs ever, actually, is good old Lazy Nina. It's such a good cover. It's such a good album art as well. It's very simple, but it's proper 80s. I'm just going to finish it now, because this is kind of all I can do to it, really. I'll either reassemble it now, or I will wait till the belt... Actually, how long will belts take to come? How long will those belts fucking take? A week. Alright. Fine, fuck it. I'm gonna buy the fucking stupid belt set, the specific belt set for it. Yes, I could probably find the exact belt somewhere else for a bit less money, but fuck it. Fuck it. I just get them and I know they're the right ones. We can go out to behind the mask. Anytime. As it rewinds. God, tapes are slow to fucking rewind. That's the nice thing about the VCR I got, is that it's got an index section and I can just do it, or I have a fucking really fast rewind. You can rewind to the fucking end of a tape, like fucking that, goes, and it just fucking explodes, and I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, I'll clean you up, set you back up, because I'm using them. I'm using it at the moment. Actually using it. Also, it's possible. A level, B level. Maybe it's something to do with those. Come on, play the song. Oh, that's proper wobbly. Let's try that on B. Let's try that on B. A bit better. Yeah, B's less wobbly. But A's head's better, so. I'm fine with them having personalities. That's the appeal of analog. It has personality. Is the personality them vomiting? Yes, but it's personality all the same. In my life, I have lived all kinds of places. I have lived for the action and the thrill. Yes, I've seen 1,000 children sing a sunset in Japan. When I close my eyes, I see them still, but the road seems to lose its fascination. When I find there's a picture in my mind of a room with windows on the sea, yeah, she's waiting there for me. I walk out of space and time, back in the maze with lazy Nina, walking the dog and watching Soul Train, reading the paper, going to movies, and at night we say da 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 yeah yeah. There are days when I wake up with the feeling, that's not right, that the world is a strange and sunless place. Yes, a world where words have lost their sense, where nothing seems to fit. And then suddenly I see her face in a dream. I drive along the ocean. There we go. At the end of a dark familiar ride. Yeah, she's staring at the door, and I'm right there by her side. Back in the maze with lazy Nina, walking the dog and watching Soul Train, reading the paper, going to movies, and at night we sing da 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 ya ya. Should I be reassembling this while it's on? Probably not, but. Back in the maze with lazy Nina, walking the dog and watching Soul Train, reading the paper, going to movies, and at night we sing da-da-doo-da-da. Back in the maze, Nina, walking the dog and watching Soul Train, reading the paper, going to movies, oh, and at night We sing da da dee da da. Ooh yeah, yeah. That headphone jack is just pressure fit in weirdly. I see why that was taped back, because if it's touching this, that's hot. That is just a heatsink, and it is warm. Why is this cable so long then? Why make the cable this long if it doesn't have anywhere to live? Oh, it should probably be there with them. I don't have any cable ties just around. Do I have any tape will do? I'll be opening up this. I'll be opening it up again anyway. So I just want to make it secure-ish. I'll probably fix that next time in here. Such a good fucking song. It has no right to be as fucking good as it is. It's so fucking good. Honestly, one of the when I went into my piano lessons for the first time, and he's like, "What's the kind of things you want to be playing eventually? You know, what do you like? What are you?" And I'm like, "This song. I want to play that song. I want to be able to play that song on piano. Please, thank you." I hear the sound of a lonely heart in a windy city now. I've been crying out for a lover to come home. Admittedly, one of the reasons I didn't really want to buy the pack is because originally I didn't know if it was going to work, and then I thought it was I obviously thought it was the motor that was causing the problems, which in part it might be in part, but it seems that most of the wobble is being caused by the belts. So I might as well try to fix the belts. And actually, honestly, the more I'm using this, the more I'm enjoying it. I'm sending signals straight to your heart, yeah. This is my mission, to make connection with your heart. I'm liking this now. I'm glad I bought it. I mean, I did like it the second I bought it, but he's got personality, and I like that about him. And yes, he uses he/him pronouns. You're the one who can set me free. The only one I've found. Only you can see all the signals that I'm sending now. Don't worry, there's no reason I won't let you down. Yeah. I'll be hurt each time you turn around. I'm in suspension, just pay attention. I'm sending signals straight to your heart, yeah. This is my mission to make connection with love. I mean, I've worked on this fucking thing now for a combined fucking like 10 hours. And I like it. You know, and he's mine. I like him. This is another thing about buying something to repair it, rather than buying something like nice and new, is that you feel a bit more connected with it. That's why people like restoring cars and stuff, you know? Maybe I should give him a name. I'm happy for name suggestions. Kevin is coming to mind immediately. Kind of a Kevin Bacon vibe, you know? We're going 80s. Old, no one really knows what he's doing anymore. One of the reasons I think I'm willing to spend more on the rubber is I have bought the accompanying CD player for this and the accompanying speakers. And because of what it is and how it's built, it is quite modular. I mean, effectively, the this unit, I mean, with the vinyl attached, is effectively one unit. I mean, the radio comes off, but effectively the tape deck, the EQ, and the sort of the main amp are all one unit. So obviously, if I particularly needed to replace another one, obviously the CD's separate, the vinyl can be separate. I know the vinyl works nicely. Eli Silverman approved, right? Eli Silverman approved. That's an Eli Silverman reference I'm not getting, but I do like Eli. Oh, the acapella doesn't. I don't know how well that's coming across. I'm when you all the time you're thinking of me. This is my countdown to love. Oh, this is my countdown to love. Wait in heaven, all the night is through. No tricks, I'm always straight with you. Find love alive in our hearts every day. This is my countdown to love. Oh, this is my countdown to love. I mean, it's not fully modular. A higher end version of this. I mean, there's like, this is the... Well, this is the D10. I think the D30 is a higher end one, which is fully modular in the sense of all the units are separate and are connected externally. Whereas this is like an all-in-one unit that was an entry-level thing. But this is the kind of thing I like. I don't need the fanciest things, you know? I just want something that works well, has charm, which this has. And to finish us off, let's have arguably one of the most relevant songs for a record player. Here we go.
Living for you is easy living. It's
Wow, that camera's not set up right. We're just gonna fuck it.
When you're in love, and I'm so in love, there's nothing in life.
See, the quality of how well this plays records really does sell it to me. It's why I'm willing to try and fix the tape deck, because the amp in this is beautiful.
I'll never
Like, this sounds wonderful.
the things I'm giving, they're easy to give. When you're in love, I'm happy to do whatever I do for you. For you. Maybe I'm a fool, but it's fun. People say you rule me with one wave of your hand. Darling, it's grand. They just don't understand living for you. It's easy living. It's easy to live when you're in love.
I'm also surprised by how good these fucking surround sound speakers sound, considering they're just meant for to be rear surround speakers for hi-fi from '98.
But you. For you. Maybe I'm a fool, but it's fun. People say you rule me with one wave of your hand. Baby, it's grand. Men just don't understand living for you is easy living. It's easy to live when you're in love. And I'm so in love. There's nothing in life but you.
Well worth it. I mean, listen to the... Like, I've had that's a 10. The noise floor on this fucking play is lovely. And, right? Auto fucking return, baby! Auto return and... Auto stop. Oh! We're on the high end here, lads. Fucking 88. Woof! Right. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm enjoying records more than I thought I would, I'll be honest. I've always poo-pooed them a bit, because, as I say, record people are often very annoying. Because it's often like, records are better. I'm like, records aren't fucking better. Records are shit. But it's okay that records are shit. We just have to all acknowledge and agree that records are shit. However, one of the things that all of this has, and is the appeal of analog, as I'm sort of leaning into lately, both on this and like VHSs and stuff, is that analog devices don't sound better, but they do have personality. They have a personality which isn't present on digital recordings. And every time you listen to it, there's going to be imperfections that are analog, and they're going to be different. And those imperfections are a lot more excusable in this, and they're a lot more random. That wobble of the tape deck is annoying, but because it's so weird and specific, and because it's literally rubber belts rubbing against each other, you can't really replicate that in the same way digitally. You couldn't. Nor would you want to try. you know, one of the things I never like about VHS effects and stuff, like, you know, digital ones, is that they can't replicate. They can't replicate, no matter how hard they try, the kind of messy analogness of the actual thing. They just can't. The static in the sound, the sort of odd inconsistencies in the picture, they aren't perfect, and they aren't exacting. They are messy, and they're imperfect, and they're very, again, it's analog. And I'm finding a lot of charm to that lately. Because it is worse, as I say, it's objectively worse. There's a screw missing from the... It's objectively worse, but it's a different way to experience it, which I'm appreciating. And as someone who's very, very much been all in on sort of digital for the longest time, and still am, you know, I love digital high-end audio. I'm finding an appeal to the physicality and imperfections of this. I think I've mentioned before, but one of the things I'm not a snob about, but I like books. I like physical books. I don't like ebooks. And the reason I like physical books, I've realized, is the same reason I like these. It's because a physical book, you can see how physically long's left in the book. It gets worn with age. You can feel it. You can feel the pages. You can, you know, it gets stained. It gets worn with age. It gets dog-eared. It picks up smells, and that gives it an extra thing, which you kind of get with records, especially. They're just delicate. And tapes, I just think, capture an era very well. The sound of a tape, that shitness, because all tapes had a fucking wobble. I'm trying to reduce the wobble. I'm not getting rid of the wobble. You can't get rid of the wobble. All tapes have a fucking wobble. They're tapes. They're shit. But that very much captures the era, right? It captures the vibe of the sort of 80s, 90s very well. And that's something I'm just trying to... Again, it's a different way to listen to it, and it's a different way to experience it, and it's quite fun, if nothing else. Anyway, I'm going to go. Thanks for sticking around. If you stuck around the whole time, all 20 of you that are left. As I always say when I do these streams, I appreciate that no one really cares about these streams. Like, when I do them, you know, if I was playing a game, there'd be like 100 people here. Whenever I do these, there's like 20, 30. And no one's very active, and that's not a criticism to anyone. I appreciate that it's very much something I like that most other people don't. So if you're interested and you stick around, I appreciate it. As kind of boring and specific as they are. That's my vibe. Boring and specific things about boring and specific things. As every person I go on dates with learns very quickly. But no one complains about. Anyway, I've cleaned up a bit, sort of. I will send you away. Yeah, that's chill vibes. I hope you like them. I'm not like, oh, I hope more people watch them. But like, I you know, it's always nice to be validated in some way, isn't it? I know they're not everyone's vibe, but my vibe, and yeah, I'm gonna send you Stuart's way. I mean, there's only 20 of you, so it's not like you need it, but it feels like thematically appropriate for the stream. Anyway, but I'll probably do another stream when I actually get those belts. It'll be the fucking like the Matt buys a tape player trilogy. the end of the end of the epic trilogy of can Matt make the tape player he bought for £20 wobble less so he can listen to Daddy Cool
I'm going to make an egghead supercut
in a slightly better, worse quality. So, yeah. Okay, I mean, I don't... Look, it's fine. It's fine. Is it fine? It's fine.